My desktop audio was muted, so I couldn't hear that. Couldn't hear anything. I mean, that's fine because I was just playing music, but Misaki. Let me just get the rundown of how everyone's been judged so far. I've been mostly optimistic so far. Aru in the same tier as Hasumi is pretty crazy. Karen in B tier is crazy. These are all the ones I just don't like, even though they don't suck. These two kind of suck. Well, the problem with Aru for the overly curious is that Aru's looks like can't add the tab, so I have to switch windows. The problem with Aru's is that Aru's looks like a prison cell. So looking at it is just so drastically boring, and it's so boring. Is my cursor supposed to be visible? Probably. It's so boring, it's not even showing up. Why does it only want to render at 144? Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, that's because Steam is updating Uma Musume. And I told it to do that too. I thought the download would be done by now. It is done. No, don't update. I didn't tell you to update other games. Only update the game I tell you to update. Can I turn that off? Jeez. So yeah. Why is Miyako there? You should be off. Let's turn you on accident. Asa Mimori. Shiroko jumping in the corner. Serica. Alice. Seiya. Say again. Say again. Countdown. Another countdown. brick text, a live split that you can't see because I don't have it open. Anyway, this live 2D, it's not bad, but the background is so boring to look at that I just don't like it. And I don't think that's crazy to say, because it's just so underperforming, and that's gonna be the way it is for a lot of them before we get to the alts. Most of the alts are going to be good. Some of them are still kind of old, so they're going to be a little more lackluster. Nothing worth dwelling on, though. Let's just start the recording. It's water. All right, and let's get this started. Should I just start on the tier list page? Alright, so we last left off with Kisaki, who I placed snugly in the A tier. We still have a lot more to go, notably... oh, it's not letting me scroll because this is all that's left. I say all that's left, there's like 70 left. We have the addition of Mika, Seiya, Nagisa somewhere, Ichika, and Hasumi. Those are going to be pretty cool. I noticed last time I forgot to put Reine in the playlist, but we aren't even close to her, so that's fine. But we're only halfway through the base cast. We have Kurara next, so let's just move on with that. Holy frames, what is going on? Holy frames. I do not want to stop there. Maybe just 1440. Dude, that frame rate is atrocious. What is going on? Also, stop stopping on her foot. Let's see. You know, I'll have to restart the page. Would that help? That actually did kind of help. 1080. That seems to have done the trick, actually. It's just crazy that... Alright, hopefully I resolved the frame rate issue. I haven't, which sucks. I don't know how to solve it. Just keep killing the quality. Now, besides the intro, this L2D isn't even that bad. All things considered, Kurara is actually pretty cute here. That doesn't last forever. She stops smiling like that. But that doesn't really make her any less cute. The framing and the shading is alright. I think this is a perfectly serviceable amount of blurring, unlike with Atsuko's, as I very much complained about. This works very well. It it highlights her very nicely without doing too much. Well, in this context, maybe it highlights her too much, but that's everyone has their own tastes. This is not in my alley of taste, but it's not really the point of this tier list. I think this works fine as a background, just not a background you would want to set if anyone ever looks at your computer or other device. With that being said, for personal use, I think this works pretty well. I mean, Kurara's design isn't bad at all. I think her face is pretty well drawn. I like her halo. Just a side note, I like her halo, even though you can barely see it here. She's just in her uniform with only her lower half showing mostly. Besides that, the one saving grace of this L2D, which helps with the fact that I'm not a big fan of feet in L2D, is that the art style is very modern and it's very nice. So I'd probably put it, my personal preference, I put a B tier because I don't care about the scenario. But as for background quality, I think this L2D works pretty well. With that said, probably either high A minus tier, like compared to all these other ones. It's been a while since I first did this, so I have to think about how these were, how I felt about them. It's because on a full background design, I think the lighting and stuff, especially because we have some good contrast between some light here and a little more shading, not too much. It does better than, I think, like Kasumi's, the background was a little dull. Kazusa's, I think the blur was a little too strong. Iori's wasn't bad, just the hospital setting just kind of puts me off. Chirino's was all white. That's kind of an exception on her part. And so Kurara, I think the art quality is actually what puts her above most of these. Yeah, I'll put Alba and Chiaki all the way down here. Huh. Anyway. Yeah, her art style is probably what's keeping her above all the rest. I enjoy the art quality of this live 2D, even if I don't love the alt 2D itself. So, this one, I'll just let it keep playing, I guess. This one threatens to fall short in the background like Aru's because this literally gray locker's behind her. I think what saves it here compared to Aru's is that Aru's is literally like drywall with one window. Here, we get a little more color contrast, especially because it gets a little pinker at the bottom here, which is really saving it. There's little more shades of mostly pink and purple, but we also, have black here. We have dynamic lighting here. And if not for that, honestly, this L2D would probably be as bad as Aru's. Because it's not the art style that's bad. I actually think Aru's drawn very well in her L2D, and I think the same about Koharu's. The only problem with the only problem with Aru's, coincidence there with their name, the only problem with Aru's is that the background is just so dull. With Koharu's, it's not as bad. I guess the presented situation might somewhat make up for it. Other than that, it is always nice to see Koharu embarrassed, and especially since the L2D is taking at a higher angle, it really shows you how small this character is. Even though they zoom her in so that she seems very close up, because it's so high up, she does look reasonably and effectively short, as she should be, because she is one of the shorter characters in the franchise. I have no problems with this. I will say that probably the reason why I put all of these down here is because the background was kind of holding them back. And that's a problem with a lot of these. The background's pretty boring. And if you're setting a wallpaper, a live 2D as a wallpaper, you want the whole thing to look nice, not just the character. And I think for this case, Koharu works well for like a minimalist thing that I probably mentioned like 10 times last time I did this. Probably, especially with like Akane's, it's monocolor minimalist. Probably with Hinata. Hinata's is a little weird on the lighting. Probably Alice's. Alice's is like a little like this, except there's a lot more blue hue to her background. The lighting was a lot darker and a lot more dynamic. I don't think the lighting even moves in this. No, it doesn't. In Alice's, it flashes because of the TV screen. Anyway, overall, I do like the perspective that we get of Koharu very close up high shot. So, because Cosmos is like a farther high shot. Kazusa's is also a close high shot, but she's actually one of the taller characters, at least compared to Koharu. So, I like that they do make Koharu really large in frame, even though she is really short. Something feels satisfying about it, especially because she's so embarrassed. So honestly, I think Koharu's embarrassed face does make this live 2D worthwhile. More so than Kazusa's. I know Kazusa's was embarrassed too, but her face I think is a lot smaller in frame if I remember. There's actually no blur. Kazusa's, I do remember the blur in the background is pretty strong. Not as strong as Atsuko's, but pretty strong enough that you notice it and it kind of detracts. This is one of the cases where you don't always need blur in your backgrounds, though I do usually prefer them. Not always. Of course, in some cases it might become a big problem. I always got confused by the intro, wondering why Kokona even spares a moment to smile, knowing that there's a carrot bonanza all around her. Juice, bits, and a plush. The plush is not really a problem. I think that's coleslaw. I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's like some sort of like carrot croquette. Because I didn't read this I didn't read this Momo talk. Now, the lighting here works very well. There's very subtle blurring in the background here. So this is an example of really good blur, where it's so subtle that you don't really notice it, but it delivers its purpose well of helping you focus on the subject. In Koharu's case, there was hardly anything else to focus on. In Kokona's Live 2D, you might try to focus back here. These carrots have a little bit of lighting blur to them, but I mean, if you're looking up there, you're just trying to admire the whole thing, so you're already missing the point. Not missing the point, but you're already doing something else entirely. As a wallpaper, I really like this color diversity, even though it is dominantly orange. Koharu's outfit is already giving us a nice darker, cooler side, and this restaurant atmosphere is just really nice. It's not too many colors, so it's not like a whole rainbow assortment of a disastrous palette, but it's very satisfying to look at. And again, we have another skew angle high shot, which is almost exactly like Koharu's, except the skew here is way higher. I can't say what a skew angle does in enhancing the effectiveness of Live 2D, but I will say the fact that it's not just straight ahead looking at Kokona makes it feel less like we're sitting directly at the table with her. This was the same way with Akari's, where we weren't even on the other side of the table. We were at the vertical edge of it, as if we were like the server or something. In this case, we are technically on the other side, but we're like over the table. We're like halfway over it and at an angle. So it doesn't really feel like we're sitting on the other side, which I think makes it... I like it more. I don't really like to have the straight POV shot of her just staring forward. It would make it a little awkward, honestly. I really like this one. Unlike Kurara's, this doesn't make me feel weird. So this might honestly just be square 8s here. If Hikari's, the background is a little dull, but somehow I guess the cheek pinching made up for it. But yeah, with a lot of these, this one hits a lot of the boxes. This one checks a lot of the boxes very well. I honestly think this might be one of the higher ones, like all the way up here. Not a cinematic masterpiece on the level of Chise's. That Chise's is a really good one. I think it's better than Hoshino's, definitely. Maybe not as good as Kana's. I like the lighting contrast of Kana's between the what did I say? Like the izakaya lighting and the night in the background. Anyway, that's probably where Kokona belongs. I think Kotama's one of the few examples where you can have strong blurring, but it doesn't really take away. And I think what this one does well that Atsuko's misses the mark on is that the bookshelf still has some substance to it, and this audio part right here, I'm not too sure what it is, but this thing that she's holding her hand on isn't that blurred. So she doesn't seem so cramped, but all of this stuff in the background that's insignificant, like with Chihiro's is very similar to this. But in my opinion, I think the lighting here is much better, and I think the blurring contrast is more effective here because it's way stronger. For some reason in Chihiro's, I don't know if I can look at it just in this preview. No, I can't. I can't really tell. But Chihiro's seems a little bit odder. Of course, I put it all the way in the A tier, so it couldn't have been that bad. But Kotama's, not only do I really like the art style in Kotama's Live 2D, I think it's one of the better ones, on par with Kurara's, without the awkwardness. But as I've been saying, the blurring works very well here. I love the lighting. It's very subtle, but it shines on Kotama very wonderfully, and it allows for this contrast where the blurred background here is dark. So we get a nice light contrast, not too strong color contrast, but the light contrast is already doing more than enough. Overall, this is a very calm one, as we're probably going to see with a lot more library ones with Shimiko and Ui, and even if you want to stretch it a little bit, it kind of works in the same way that Akane's does, except probably better because the art style is more modern, because Kotama's was probably, I actually don't know. I don't know the timeline of when L2Ds were released. But I will say Kotama's does look a lot more recent, or maybe the artists were just more aligned with the style that I enjoy. With all that said, I do think this deserves a very high A tier, maybe even A plus tier, but I think Hibiki's just had way much more of a light contrast that made it way more enjoyable. It does get close to being A plus tier, but it is very simplistic, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. I just don't think it's varied or vibrant enough for what I would consider to be an A plus wallpaper Live 2D. When I think of the new trendy student swimsuits, I like their designs. I refrain from looking at Nagisa's and Mika's Live 2Ds, and Ichika's and Hasumi's. I've seen the preview for all of them. I had no choice. I had to add them to the playlist. But I didn't look at the beginning animation, and I didn't really get a chance to really look into it because I wanted to save it. I want to save my reaction for this tier list. I think right there. Alright. So, if I'm not mistaken, because Jamie upscales the Live 2Ds, there is usually blurring here. Maybe if I check like Jimori's, I kind of don't feel like doing that. I'm pretty sure the blur here would be better. I mean, even on this side, you could tell that it was blurred, but the upscaling unblurred it. Even then, this is almost threatening to fall under an Atsuko level blurring problem, where the only thing you can really look at here is Kotori and her notebook, and maybe her beanbag. I'm not even going to count these. These are background noise. And apart from that, there's nothing to vary the blur. When we looked at Kokona's, the chairs and the cross hatching on the wood backing of the chairs, and the divisors of the whatever you call them, the tables, the seats, there was enough subject matter to them that they could blur it dynamically so that you could still feel the impact of the background without it getting in the way. In this case, there's literally nothing to the background. So if it gets blurred, they're probably going to over blur it. Even if they didn't over blur it, there's just not enough to not make it feel like Kotori is gonna be cramped in the blur. So with that said, it kind of falls flat. Now, in Atsuko's case, we gave her a pass because the color variety, the color palette was really nice. There wasn't really much color variety, but the color palette was really nice. In Kotori's case, I mean, we do get variety. Her eyes, her hair, her beanbag, and the background. So it doesn't suck. Honestly, it's kind of on the same level as Amy's. Not really Izumi's. Izumi's is like ours, but not as bad. Koharu's is ours, but definitely not as bad. I don't know anything about the UK, and I can't give my opinion on that. Alright. So I just talked about how a lack of variance in the background can lead to some blurring problems. We see a very threatening example here. In Koyuki's live 2D, there is nothing around her but grass. And that is a problem we will see later in Tsubaki's live 2D. In Koyuki's case, they do save her. The grass in front of her, we do see a little bit of flora, maybe you would call it, weeds here, which is not blurred. It's hard to tell with the upscaling sometimes, but you can get a good idea of how the L2D was originally structured. Here, I do like that the background is sort of blurred so that you can feel the extent of how wide this pasture presumably is. Besides that, I mean, you get a high angle, slight, not really skewed shot of Koyuki. I think Koyuki's just turned away from the camera. And that's all you get. It serves a very similar purpose like Koharu's and Kazusa's, where you really just get the character and not much else. I like variance in the background, as I've probably hinted every single time, if not 90% of the time. So not having much else to really look at is kind of a bummer. Honestly, the only people who would really enjoy setting Koyuki as their wallpaper are like diehard Koyuki fans. Because I would set my wallpaper of students that aren't Mimori, because to be honest, Mimoris are so old that there are much better live 2Ds out there. And in Koyuki's case, unless you love Koyuki, there are many better ones. I'm hoping that if they do, I'm pretty sure when they did a rerun for the pajama event, they brought Maki as the rerun poll. I would really like to see Koyuki's bunny pajamas, or even her very old bunny suit, get a alt pull in a live 2D. Because right now Koyuki's stuck in all this jail. Aside from that, the live 2D has a lot more to be wished from. It's fine. It's fine. Like all of these, they're fine, but I just wish there was more. Speaking of Maki, Maki's is a great example of where we actually have stuff to look at in the background. There's a very lovely blend of colors here. There's no blurring going on. Well, it's hard to tell, again. As far as I can tell, it doesn't really seem to be any blurring going on. Not like they should, because this is something you want to look at. I don't know if I would have appreciated if they blurred up here. I do appreciate the choice that they went to keep this unblurred. Like Koharu's, there's some cases where there's enough to look at in the background, but it's not so inconsequential where not blurring it would distract. I think in Kokona's case, it's a matter of blurring in proportion to distance. Here, the wall graffiti, the paint cans, the ladder, they're all in close proximity to her. Instead of blurring stuff in the background, I don't know what this thing is. This is some kind of turbine thing. Instead of blurring it, They what do you call this? Like they chroma key it or whatever. They shade it in a way where it fades with the background, the sky. So they don't blur it, but they reduce like the saturation. They reduce the intensity so that we don't get distracted by it. So honestly, the choices that they made here are great. And let's face it, Maki is fucking cute as hell. So having her smile just plastered on the front. What's there to complain about? Honestly, a little bit of bias is creeping in here, but I think we could agree that saying Maki is cute is a little objective. With that said, it does more than Koharu's, as I've mentioned. It does more than Chirino's. It does more than Kurara's. So it definitely is an A tier contender. Now, as for where it goes, just placing her somewhere in the middle. Kasaki's was a little more. What's the word I usually use? Mellow. Kasaki's a lot more mellow. Fuka's is a lot more homey. I think the vibrancy of Maki's is actually a contender for a really strong background. Probably nearly as much as, if not more than, Kokona's. Honestly, I'm willing to put her over Kotama. Maybe even Shisei and Ichika. But I think the maybe I'm gaslighting myself, but I feel like there is more brightness with these two that just make the extent of the live 2D as a wallpaper more enriching. This one isn't bad either. I just feel like the lighting here is a little dimmer than I would like for a wallpaper. As a live 2D, it's perfectly serviceable. As much as I dislike Makoto as a character, I have to admit, I like her live 2D a lot. And a lot of that has to do with the art style, which is very modern because Makoto was one of the newer releases. The lighting, which advances on what they did with Kotama's, which is shine a ceiling light straight down on the character, but this time there's a lot more gold flashing. And perhaps it's symbolic of Makoto's status as literal dictator of Gehenna, but even without any symbolism, the brightness just looks great. It doesn't blind you because there's not too much of it, and it's very spread out so that it doesn't cause too much of a problem. There's a nice glint on this grape juice glass here. And overall, the presentation is very nice. One could argue that the color palette isn't as vibrant as one would like, one being me. However, I do think the gold flash of the lighting makes up for it. The angle really gives you this weird perspective on her that you're not like looking straight at a ruler to get her attention, but this overhead view that you're honestly looking down on her. Because what kind of person is she? Kind of a dork. Kinda. That's an understatement. All in all, in that case, one would probably say that I at least think she's on the level of Kotama's, and one would be correct. Now, I do think the fact that there's this gold flashing on the lighting does elevate this to be a really nice wallpaper. I actually just wish there would be more. It's kind of concentrated in this little circle, and I just said that the fact that there's so little of it helps your eyes to not get blinded, but honestly, there's this delicate balance that hasn't been achieved between Akari's, which had way too much, and Makoto's, which I think has too little. So unless they can achieve a balance where they put more without blinding the viewer, I think this would make for a really strong live 2D. But for now, I think top 8 tier, somewhere around there. At least better than Kotama's, I think. Is that where it's belong? Is that where it's belong? Is that where it belongs? Alright. So, we have something to talk about. Mari's background and Atsuko's background for a little bit of a juxtaposition. Let's just relive what Atsuko's looked like. So as we can see with Atsuko's, the blur is so damn heavy that after the outline of her, all you get is max blur, right? Now, if we go back to Mari's, we almost fall into the same problem. One could argue that you do fall into the same problem. However, I would like to say that it doesn't feel as strong, possibly because Mari's is actually a lot closer in frame than Atsuko, and the fact that it's a profile view and not a front view doesn't make it feel like she's trapped, but rather she's within the frame of this blur. I can't really explain the reason for that, and I might just be projecting some incorrect view, but I think part of it is because you can see more of the outline of stuff like this pew here and this stand here, and the rest of it just looks like she's standing in the light, because honestly, it's so bright. It almost threatens to blind you, but it's blurred enough that it just barely is enough to not be so blinding. And again, Mari is very large in the subject frame, so she does take up enough of the space where you don't get too distracted by the blur. And Atsuko was not that much smaller. However, not only was she front-facing, and around her you couldn't make out anything. In Mari's case, you can make out a couple things, so it's at least a little better than Atsuko's in that regard. I will still say, I still think the large blur makes it too stuffy to work effectively as a live 2D. That isn't to say that it doesn't work as a live 2D, I would just say that there are many others that would take its place much more effectively. I think I used that word twice, but that's fine. Again, at least better than Atsuko's. And honestly, it's kind of like Kaho's, but with Kaho's you could definitely see more of the background. I would probably just put Mari near the level Atsuko's, but above her for sure. That said, these two I don't love using as my... I would probably sooner use Mari than these two, but trying to be as objective as I can be, I think the blur is really detracting from the overall quality of using this live 2D as a wallpaper. So this is quite possibly the only live 2D we will ever have a character in the bathroom. Now, the context of this isn't really too related to the bathroom itself, it's just that she is washing up in this spot. I will say the blurring choice is very nice here. They blur right around this corner so that we get this good sense of distancing. However, honestly, I would like to make a complaint similar to what I made in, I believe, Akane's, where brownish, that's the color, is all you can really see. Now, Marina does try to save it with some semblance of color variance. We have her red halo and the outlines of her uniform being white in general, and her gloves being green. Aside from that, it's kind of dull, and as I've said before, that's up to you whether you enjoy this color spread. But I think it doesn't really enhance your experience if you try to set it as a wallpaper. With that said, I respect their blurring choice. I think the blur works very well here. Works as well as it possibly can. I don't think it's too underperforming. I actually do think it's at least better than Kotori's and Amy's, possibly even Izumi's, because hers almost looks like ours. But I would say it's maybe at least, I think Koyuki's might at least be better than hers, not by too much, but by a significant amount. Now, subject matter aside, we'll get to that later. There's a lot of hue variance. Like, the sky is very saturated. This pillar has a bluish hue, but is very desaturated. I think this is representative of an older Live 2D because there's not much. So even though the sky seems to be very saturated, there's not much light. There's not much light value, as I can tell, in the sky. It looks blue, but not a bright sky. Doesn't even look like an afternoon or evening sky. It just looks like the blue sea. It looks like a blue ceiling, honestly. And it kind of hurts because now I'm like focused on that rather than Mashiro herself. I'm so focused on the sky that I'm not even bothering to talk about Mashiro. And the only thing I really have to say is perfectly fine, no notes. I mean, what can I say? I usually don't say much about the character themselves unless they're drawn poorly because the art style was older. That's really only a complaint I've had with Hasumi, and by some extent Akane. But aside from that, everyone else has been drawn fine. And Mashiro's not an exception. She's drawn fine. I just really have a problem with the sky that I can't stop looking at. And it's not even that bad. It just bothers me so much. It's really reminiscent of those early visual novels with, like, 2010s, because that's what they are from, early 2010s shading, which was just plaster a couple shades of blue on the sky and don't worry about making it look brighter. Just make sure it's blue and you're good to go. And because I've been complaining about the sky for about 2 minutes now, that is going to drag Mashiro down to probably the A- tier. But in all respect, it's not even a bad Live 2D. It's just that it's probably so old, I assume, that it's just a problem for me. How much do I enjoy Blue Archive from 1 to 11? The gameplay, like a 7. The story, like a 9 or 10. The art, 10 or 11. It's probably the only metrics there are. All things considered, it's pretty solid for a Live 2D. Somewhere around here, I can't really judge whether she's better than Kasumi and Hari and Iroha. Like, even though this is the order I've set for the other ones, I'd honestly say she might be better than some of the ones down here, some of the ones up here, but I would prefer some of the ones down here. So it would be like an inverse one where I'd have to reorder everything. It'd be a lot of work. So just for now, I'm probably just going to slaughter above Hari. Alright. Megu's has a few things. First of all, the water is completely opaque. Not that I expect to see anything under there, because it'd just be more rocks and ground. However, it it looks a little dull. Even the waterfall looks like if it would play. It looks like it's flowing cement because of the color. I mean, color is a big thing when you're thinking of what Live 2D would look good as a wallpaper. Megu herself is fine. I don't have any comments about Megu. However, this part of the background I don't mind. I do appreciate that it's subtly blurred here. And the rocks, I mean, you can't really make rocks too colorful. Here there's like a little shading of pink and red, maybe. But aside from that, my main complaint is that the water looks very boring. And that's half of the Live 2D. So, Megu's is one of the duller ones. Now, does that mean her Live 2D sucks? Not really. The art is fine. It's not amazing, but it is definitely better than passable. Uma Musume story, I barely read it, so I can't say. But from what I watched from the anime, Cinderella Grey was a pretty solid story. It wasn't like revolutionary, but it wasn't bad. I would give it like a 7 or 8. Not like the Blue Archive stories, way better, but I just enjoy it more. The gameplay I think is much better, probably 9 or 10. It's not amazing. It's just pressing a bunch of buttons, but there is a nice strategy component that I appreciate. As for the art style, it ranges a lot. Some of them I don't really love, especially because we don't really get to look at their sprites a lot. With Blue Archive, you get to look at their splash art a lot, which is my favorite part, if besides L2D. For Usume, you really only get to look at the 3D models, so like a 7. I don't love 3D models, but some of them do look really nice. Some of them have really good designs. So as for where Megu goes, I would probably say just somewhere just around here. Maybe like Izumi level, because it's kind of, yeah, Izumi and Marina level is just kind of dull. Alright, so Meru's looks a lot like Alice's if you think about it, and the reason for that is pretty obvious. There's the blue tint that affects the entire screen. The lighting is coming from a digital screen. Now, unlike Alice's, the lighting is spread much nicer here, probably because Mirror's Live 2D came much after. Who's this in the background? Well, anyway, I don't have too much else to say about it because a lot of this stuff is just blurred. I think the upscaling probably hit the blur a little more than it should have, but I do appreciate that it in this case is blurred pretty subtly because it's not that far away, but it is in the background, so it shouldn't be too much in focus. All things considered, it's not a terrible wallpaper. I actually think, despite how simple it is and how little there is to talk about, it works pretty strongly. Now, not so strongly that I would praise it to the ends of the earth, but pretty solid enough that I don't think there's really anything bad to say about it. Alright. So there's a couple things you can appreciate about Michiru's. One, there is motion going on the entire time, so pausing it would actually make it substantially worse. This thing only lasts 2 minutes, so that's my time window to speak. This is almost like what I want to say Mari's, where besides her, everything else is very blurred. But in this case, you can kind of excuse it because there really isn't anything else in the background you should be focusing on. And, like I said with Mari's, Michiru is very close to the camera. So, there isn't so much of the background to be focusing on. And even though the blur is strong, because it's so desaturated, you can't really focus on it because it's just the night sky. And really, what you should be looking at is the popping sparks that's constantly going on. So you can't really be too bothered by the background because it's not so bright that you're thinking about it, and Michiru's are taking up so much space that there isn't even much of it to begin with. So that's why this works as a wallpaper. Now, the question is, do you want this dynamic motion to be distracting you as a wallpaper? Maybe, maybe not. That's up to the individual. But I will say, in regards to what one might think, I do appreciate the fact that there is something to catch your attention, taking away from the fact that there's literally nothing else with Michiru. So, that means it works pretty well as a wallpaper. As for how well, I would honestly argue that the fact that there's constant motion does make it a contender for the A tier. it is a personal difference whether you would prefer hers over Kirino's or Haruka's. That depends on what you like about the character or just the art style of the live 2D itself. In my case, I think the effectiveness probably goes beyond a lot of these just because of the motion element. I do think it would stop at maybe around Chihiro, just because the lighting might leave something. I mean, if you enjoy the festival atmosphere, Michiru would probably probably be one of your more favorite ones. But unless you have a really strong enthusiasm for the festival atmosphere, it's not too much to be excited about. Again, the background is one of the parts I look for more, and the fact that the background is tucked away helps this live 2D, but as for being a wallpaper, there is more to be desired. Okay, so Midori's live 2D. It has a nice blur, and the lighting isn't bad. I will say the lighting is pretty bright overall, and I might have appreciated if the arcade had a more of the not stereo, but typical, like, dark spectral light atmosphere, like darkness, but the lights are like red, blue, and purple. Now, that's just my personal opinion. As for what they went for here, I don't think it's a terrible choice. Uh, it does give off the vibe that it's like part of the mall more than an arcade. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, I will say it is easy to get distracted by Midori's live 2D because there's so many things here that you don't really understand what they are. Like these purple, yellow, white cards and blobs. And Midori's not even the subject matter. You could say she is because she's literally the L2D character, but I would say if you're looking at the center, you might be more compelled to try to decipher this before looking down at Midori. And I think that's a core problem of the live 2D, which I had with Mashiro's much earlier, where instead of trying to look at Mashiro and judge how she is being utilized for the live 2D, I'm more looking at the background and complaining about it because I'm confused. And I mean, as a wallpaper, just set in the background, that's not terrible. But I do think the character and the background should both play equally large parts in the live 2D. I think the background, even blurred, is overshadowing Midori's role in this live 2D. And that's why I think it doesn't work that well. I will say, it still works. It's fine. But even when I tab back, the first thing I'm looking at is this pile. I glance at Midori with my peripheral vision. I'm barely looking at her because I'm more distracted by what in the world is going on here. And as simple as this pile is, there's enough variance that it commands your attention, which is not the point of this live 2D. This is the thing that should be commanding your attention. And yet, in my case, it's not. So maybe that's a personal problem for me, but the fact that in this center right here, you are already in the pile, so you would be more inclined to look over to the rest of the pile before you switch from the blur background to Midori in the corner foreground. And that is the problem I have with this. She's mewing. Alright. Mika has this very odd combination that I literally just noticed 5 seconds ago. Where not only does it have a very nice blend of Atsuko colors, let's just say, so I don't have to list them, but not only is there no distracting blur, even if there was, Mika is very large in the frame, so it wouldn't distract too much, even if there was any blur. What's interesting is in this corner here, it seems to resemble outer space. I really can't tell if that's just the wall, because it's clearly not the outside's here. I can't tell what this is, maybe it's some kind of poster, but because the context around it is hidden, it gives this illusion that behind her is the cosmos, or space, if you would say. And it adds some strange depth to this live 2D that I just noticed, and it doesn't really add an insane amount, but I do think little things like that are really nice. I will say, Mika in the moonlight is just a really great narrative choice. Mika's color palette works especially well in the evening. Twilight is in the morning. Dusk? Is it what? Dusk? Whatever. Evening night, okay? They did a similar choice with Atsuko, and it would have worked had the background not been blindingly blurry. In Mika's case, they went away with that entirely, and it works well for it, because the sky is already so low detail that blurring it wouldn't really make a difference. Now, to describe it in one sentence, it's just Mika with a couple extra things. There's not really much else you can look at, so one could argue that based on what I've been saying, the background doesn't really do much for this live 2D at all. But she's not in the D tier. She's not in the D tier. What I will say though is that the color palette complements Mika so well in a way that Atsuko did attempt and was successful with the color palette side, just not with the other thing. So in Mika's case, the color palette alone is honestly probably what put Kisaki up here, because Kisaki's live 2D is almost as dull in color to like Marina's or Izumi's, but the reason why she's up here is just that her character is complemented so well by that subtle background that her live 2D is so compelling. And in the same way, Mika's background complements her character design and character style so much that of course her live 2D is going to be good. And it would suck if it wasn't, because she's a fest character. Overall, I would say that puts her pretty high up. Now, again, nothing has even grazed the A+ tier since Ibiki, because her color palette was just so varied that my bias took over. Though I will say, I do like this a lot, and I'm tempted to actually just slot it on top of the A tier. Yeah, whatever. Alright, moving on. Alright, so I'm choosing my words carefully. I don't know why. First off, I have bias because Mimori's character design is one of my favorites, but I'm going to try to ignore that. Not ignore, but I'm going to try to sideline it so that it's not the focal reason for when I put her in a tier. Now, there is a weird blur here that I think is because of the upscaling, that around her is blurred, but the rest is not. Actually, here is blurred. This straight, not even a straight, this little weird patch, and this in this corner here too aren't, even though pretty much everything is. So I'm inclined to believe, yeah, this is weirdly unblurred when it probably was originally. So I'm inclined to believe that around the entirety of Mimori's live 2D was blurred. Just because of some implicit bias, we're actually going to go and double check. Fucking ads. I disabled the ad blocker because it creates this weird message down here that would block Jamie's name, so I didn't really feel like putting it there. Okay, so this is a super high quality 4K HD 60 FPS of... Okay, so yes, as you can see, okay, besides this one step, which is oddly overly detailed when it should have just been blurred like everything else, her entire background is blurred. Now, as you can tell, the reason why the 4K upscaling decided to detail all of this is because the blurring is subtle enough that you can still make out the background, especially because it's so close to her. It's probably like a few steps away. So that it doesn't take away in the same way that Mari or Atsuko's might have. That said, you may not get much more than a couple of flowers, especially because they're blurry here. And the color palette, honestly, is a little blander than one would like. I know in this one it's desaturized, but that's not what I'm looking at. The point is that the shades of leaves are a little folly and a little, like, dying, a little withery. The statue here is white and maybe a little yellowish because of the sunset. Aside from that, all we're really depending on here is Mimori to carry the live 2D. And unlike Midori's that I complained about a couple minutes ago, Mimori, if you look at the center here, Mimori's already in the center, and there's really nothing else to be focused on, so. Man. I have so much bias for this character, but I cannot give it A+ tier, and I don't even know if I can give her A tier. Well, based on the comments I've given, she doesn't have, her live 2D doesn't have enough faults that pushes her into the A- tier, but even comparing her to these bottom ones, she doesn't have so much that would amplify her usage. Like, if we're looking at this at a person whose favorite character isn't Mimori, then Mimori's doesn't really have all that much to offer because, as I said, the color choice isn't so vibrant, and the blur isn't too bad, but it's still there. So even subtle blur around a character with nothing else does start to suffocate the character within the live 2D if they're front facing. Here, it's not a direct front shot, but Mimori's face is facing the camera. It's not a side profile like Mari's, so in this version, no. But in the other version, the full blur version, it does feel like Mimori is starting to become trapped in the outline of the blur. With that being said, because of my implicit bias with character, I'm putting her over Michiru, who had the same situation going on. Actually, I'll probably put Michiru above her because Michiru took up more of the screen. Oh yeah, and Haruna had that issue too, didn't she? Where there was a lot of blur going on in the background, even though it was literally just across the street. And the street wasn't even that large, it was like a couple steps away, so. Why is it lagging? Is it because I turned up the quality? Why is it just terrible? 1080 should be fine. I'm gonna reload it. Holy shit. That is bad. That is atrocious. Bro, this gotta stop. Actually, I don't know what's going on. Let me just close this tab at least. The thing is, I like Mina's live 2D, so I would like to talk about it without it lagging every couple frames. I don't fully understand why it is choosing to do that. However, it is strongly upsetting me, and I wish it would stop. It's doing it again. It's lagging at 720p. It's not even 60 frames. It's rendering. It is rendering 60 frames actually. Okay, it rendering on 480 doesn't mean we're watching them on 480 because 480p sucks. It's rendered up to here. So how can we not properly watch the video up to this point? It is so unbelievably laggy, it hurts. Let me reload it again. Jeez, this is not cool. Dude, the loading bar is lagging. What? This all started because I opened the other Mimori Live 2D, and I set it to max. I set it to max quality. Maybe I should just sit here and let it just play. It shouldn't lag like that. It shouldn't. Let's go back. It is so unbelievably choppy, and I don't understand why when it's rendering way past where it's stopping. One sec. All right. Wait, hold on. It's good now. It's good now. It seems good now. Mimori, our savior, our princess, queen, goddess, and savior Mimori has fixed the frame rate. One detail you might accidentally miss with Mina's is that she doesn't pull the smiling animation in the preview. She doesn't smile at all in the preview. She smiles in the looping frames of the live 2D. And why this is important is because Mina smiling is 1,000 times more adorable than Mina neutral expression, I guess you would call it. Alright, now let's talk about some other things. First, I don't think it's the upscaling. This looks detailed enough that I don't think the background was blurred to begin with. And again, we don't have to always blur the distant background, but what we can do is desaturate it so it almost blends in so that it doesn't distract. And what helps us even more is that the rain is further masking the background to the buildings are even matching with the clouds so that we get this nice moody mellow spread of lack of color. The only reason why this works as opposed to other ones that I claim are dull is because it complements Mina's color palette very well. Mina's color palette here is so close to the background, but not quite there. So not only is the fact that she's so close to the camera and so much more defined and bold than the thin and desaturated background, not only do we have like the clear umbrella shielding the back so that she is more pronounced in this region, but, and I just talked about the shading and stuff. And that's probably the reason why Kisaki's, despite the fact that I don't love the fact that Kisaki's is so simple, but I still think it's a good live 2D because it works with their character design well. In this case, it works very strongly with Mina's character design. And as as mellow of a live 2D as this is, I think the fact that it's so mellow makes it so effective. It doesn't lose from the fact that the lighting's too bright so that it's blinding. It doesn't detract because the blurring is too strong so that you're focused on it, because there is no blurring. I realized I paused the recording, so I have to say all of that again. You guys ready for take 2? Okay, I think I've realized that when the recording is active, the ability of the video to play takes a huge nosedive. So that's a shame. Because look, I'm going to pause the recording. Alright, pause the recording. Let's see if it plays. Almost like magic, isn't that crazy? And that's really upsetting because if I'm not recording, then the video that this is going to become is going to be so awful, because downloading a VOD and editing off of that is terrible. Except, I guess, it just takes up way too much CPU. So and because of that, just recording. Hold on, let me just check my task manager while I'm doing this. So the crazy thing is it's not even taking that much more CPU. It is actually barely taking any more than just streaming. But when I play the video, okay, all of a sudden it's good again. Okay then. Now let's do the actual recording for the Mine thing, even though I spent the last 2 minutes glazing it. Fucking hell. I can't do this. Why now? Alright, you're gonna have to bear with me. We have to reduce the quality of Mina's, or else we will never get through this. Thankfully, one of the reasons why I'm not too disappointed about it is because the background is mellow enough that reducing the quality doesn't hurt as much as it might for some others. Now, ignoring the bad quality, I could probably just, in the video, I could probably just put an overlay of the video at max quality later. Now that we have a freeze frame, I can actually turn the quality back up. Any minute now. So one of the core strengths of this live 2D, unlike other live 2Ds where, jeez, I can't talk, hold on. Now, unlike other live 2Ds, in this live 2D, Mina doesn't do her bright smile animation during the intro. She actually does it here. She does it during the looping animations. So not only is she a million times more adorable when she's smiling as opposed to her resting scowl, whatever you want to call it, the background itself is just wonderful. And as mellow as it is, this actually complements her live 2D so well. Not only does this gray buildings and sky match her character and her character design wonderfully, we don't get distracted by any blur because there isn't any, but the reason why this works is because the words on the buildings and everything else is just so desaturated that you can barely notice it unless you're looking for it. So Mina gets to stay as the focal point of this live 2D without having to be too close, without having to be surrounded by any blur. And she works wonderfully in her element here, which is moody. What does she watch? Like kung fu movies, kung fu action. She gets to work well in that atmosphere, which she so dearly loves, and it complements her beautifully. Now, one might say that the lack of color might detract from her live 2D being top tier, and my defense is that, I gave Kisaki a high tier because despite the fact that I think hers is on the duller side, it works so well with her character and character design that I think it still works for her very strongly. In Mina's case, it works so strongly, and it doesn't lose points from overly bright lights. There isn't any. It doesn't lose points from it being too blurry. There isn't any. And it doesn't lose points from it being too dull because the hue is just right that it matches her design. And I actually say this is deserving because the art quality is so high and there's just nothing that I can complain about. Absolutely nothing. Like, I could sometimes, for live 2Ds that I think are amazing, I still make some notes that I think it might drop a couple of little points or that it could improve on. In Mina's case, I don't know what they could have done to make it better. I think this is the pinnacle of what Mina's live 2D could have possibly been. So that's why I think this is a S tier live 2D. This works so well as a background. You leave it on your screen and it's not blinding, so it's not distracting. But as it plays, I have to turn it down to 480p. I'm sorry. As it plays, it doesn't have any distracting elements. And I think rainy atmospheres, which I didn't mention because it was paused, rainy atmospheres are one of the best kind of wallpapers to have. It's so cozy that it just makes you feel better. And that's probably the breaking point that brings it up to the S tier that I didn't mention because you can barely tell, because if I try to play this on 1080p, YouTube dies and sends me to jail. So yeah, very deserving S tier. Let's talk about Mine's live 2D. Now, remember a couple minutes ago, like 1 minute ago, I talked about in Mina's live 2D how the moody and mellow color variation worked so well with her character. Not only does Mine's background work so well with her character, it is accentuated by the fact that on one hand, with Mina, we had the moody rainy atmosphere, which is super effective for wallpapers and backgrounds. Here, we have the deep and very starry night sky, which I think paired with moody rainy days are the two best background wallpaper whatever you could ever have. It's crazy coincidence that Mina and Mine are the two candidates or suspects, whatever, of this instance. but there's so much you can compare hers with Mina's that makes both of them stand out so much. Now, I didn't mention this with Mina's, but we have another skew low angle. And this shows, now in Mine's case, it shows her authority and shows her power. In Mina's case, it attempts to show that, and it shows her good side, because we all know Mina's a huge dork. Mina really isn't. She kind of is, in some respects. But in most cases, she's a very respectable and dependable person. And unlike Mina's, we do get some blur, but it's really just left with the trees and the flower patch that's all the way, presumably, deeper in the background. I don't think it would have been a problem if they left this unblurred. However, I will say these trees do seem to be pretty far back, and keeping the night sky unblurred while blurring the trees does make for a really nice distance contrast that I don't mind too much. Again, I don't think it would have made the live 2D worse if they hadn't blurred anything, but I respect the choice to blur some of it, and I don't think it detracts too much, if anything at all. With that being said, my overwhelming bias for Night Sky Live 2Ds, and the fact that hers is so similar to Mina's, and both of them are just spectacular, eye-captivating, irresistible. That's maybe one of the weirder adjectives. But I think Mina's is also deserving of the S tier. Now, as for whether I think Mina's or Mina's is better, I think there are fewer notes that you can make with Mina's that maybe detract from someone's experience or that could use improvement. My personal opinion, honestly, I couldn't say. Both of them I probably use just depending on my mood. But in more cases, I think Mina has not more to offer, but less that you could potentially be distracted or disappointed by. Even when it's set to auto, it just sets it to a high quality just to screw me over. Is 720 good enough? 720 might suffice. It's a little choppy, but we'll get through it. No, it's actually way too choppy. Like so bad. It's so bad. Hold on, cherry. Alright. Minori's gives off this very specific atmosphere that you just have to appreciate. So hers gives off this kind of, I don't know what to call it, but we get this mix of distant sunset with a snowy background. Now, this might give off the vibe of like reaching the summit at sunset, which is a experience I will never have because I don't like climbing mountains. But in this case, you can kind of get that kind of idea because you're so high up in a snowy climate. I will say, besides the upscaling, the blur is done very well because you're so high up on the ground, everything below you should be out of sight. And this was a very good choice here. The sunlight, the sunset isn't so large that it distracts or blinds, and Minori is taking up a perfect amount of the screen that you can reasonably focus on her without getting distracted by her cup, the banner, or the sunset. And we're so used to Minori screaming about like fair labor laws or whatever that seeing her smile is honestly too adorable. It's not adorable on the same level as smaller characters, but just who Minori is makes her smiles all that more precious. So because of that like summit like atmosphere, that summit peak reaching atmosphere, cap as in peak, I will say her Live 2D is a very strong one, especially using as a wallpaper. It's got that uplifting atmosphere that you can appreciate very well. As for where I would put it, though, maybe somewhere along this upper line. Not too much of a contender for A plus, even though I do appreciate it a lot. I will still say it is probably deserving. Just it has, I think, just more to offer than juries, but Akane's no, sorry, Ayane's you can appreciate for a different reason, so I'll just keep her below Ayane for preference reasons. When we talked about Mina and Mine's live 2Ds, I mentioned that rainy day atmospheres and night sky atmospheres are the two strongest elements of a wallpaper. When you combine them, you get Misaki's. Now, Misaki's is a different kind of vibe from those two. It's more leaning towards Mina's, with a couple of touches from Mine's, but not too many. For one, Mina's the grainy one. Mina's was more of a one hue, rainy all around atmosphere. The hue has masked the entire screen to where Misaki is as blue as the sky behind her. And the blur is done very well. I don't really care about what's going on in the background, but because it's behind the building we're in, and the rest of this is focused enough, not at all, but enough, it works very well. And the sky isn't just one color. You can see there's this weird paint blend in the background that gives really good dynamic sense to the sky. Obviously, because it's raining, this background is more effective when the rain is actually falling. It's not, but in the background you can see the droplets. I'd assume it'd be really hard to animate all of these droplets individually, so I can't blame them. Now, it because Misaki is so blue in this frame, it gives kind of a weird vibe. Not weird, but it gives this unique vibe of like a bar atmosphere. And I'm mostly thinking for some weird reason, it's not even that related. For some reason, this reminds me of Cyberpunk Valhalla. I've never played the game, but when I think of this bluish atmosphere, that's what comes to mind. I can't really explain why, but just take my word for it. So, having said that, I would say Misaki's is still a very strong live 2D, but something about the color palette throws me off from making it super top tier, but it is still a very strong one. I honestly would say it approaches the appreciation I have for Kotama and Makoto, but not quite. Now, I would use Misaki's, and I think I've used her many times for my actual Blue Archive live 2D spread. But in as objective of a sense as I can get, I think there is more one could appreciate, one could desire, especially because besides Misaki and the Rain, you don't get too much else. But for a character like Misaki, you probably don't even want much else. So I do appreciate that choice. All right. So a couple things to note here. Without the upscaling, I'm pretty sure this entire background would have been blurred. And we are so far off the ground. I think that's a perfect choice. That is a perfectly serviceable choice. And I think it's the right choice, honestly. There's not too much else to say about the helicopter. I will say the vague light coming from Miyako's smartphone doesn't really add too much, but it is a nice little touch. Because it does bring into perspective the pale, not pale, but the fainter light coming from the moon rather than, the sun. I wonder if this background changes as... No, we're hovered, okay. So, I do kind of like this color choice. It kind of resembles, like, lava cracking through the earth. I'm not sure if that's what they were going for. It's either like lava cracking through the earth or like some lasers because of the bright red and orange. Again, I don't know what they were attempting, but it is a very nice color choice. Now, what they could have gone for, and in my opinion should have gone for, is the classic, the purple red, not yellow, the purple red bluer spread that was in Hibiki's. Overall, I still don't think this is a bad one. But honestly, it's at that point where it beats out some of the ones with the strong blurs, I would say, but it doesn't really do too much to reach this upper tier of just Live 2D in general. These are the ones that have decent blurs, but the blur somewhat holds them back. Well, in Kirino and Haruka's case, I don't think the blur was really the subject matter. And Kikyo was just like as low as I would put a Live 2D where the color, where a moody or bland color palette is done well. Once you get into the A- tier, if there's a bland color palette down here, A- or below, I don't think it was good enough. All right. Samiyu is laying on rubble. Now, one thing to note is that with other Live 2Ds where the main focus color is this grayish, I tend to think it is a mistake. What I will say here is that you can sort of excuse it because of the scenario we're in, because she had a firing range? I honestly don't remember. But we do get some color variation. First, with Miyu being so close in the frame, we get her bright uniform, the pink in her ears, the red in her eyes, the animals that are all the same color. I would assume her water bottle, which is a nice little spread of childish colors. So it does save this background a little bit. I still think, regardless of the scenario of their Live 2D, just having this bland concrete / drywall color is hurting its potential as a wallpaper overall. But given the scenario, I can't blame them too much. With that said, I think this is another one of those wallpapers where, unless the character on screen is your favorite, you have to do your mind has to do a lot of heavy lifting to justify the fact that you're going to use this Live 2D instead of many others as your wallpaper. I wouldn't say it's in the same tier as Koyuki, which I said basically the same thing about, because Koyuki's was just a patch of blurry grass and nothing else. There are some dynamic elements that you can appreciate out of these. I'm actually going to move Kurara up into the A tier. Now, as for where Miyu will go, I'm going to say top of A- tier, even though there's nothing bad about Like there's no distracting blur, there's no distracting color. The lighting's not even that bad. I actually think it's pretty good. I just similar to Koharu being down here in the A minus tier, this color just is always keeping me from placing these live 2Ds higher because there are other colors that are just way more appealing on the eyes. Alright. One could say that this is almost approaching the level that Hibiki's Live 2D was going for. Now you can notice that the lines are a little bit weird. That's because this was also blurred. This was blurred, the whole background is blurred, and it's still a little blurred. So one can notice that this color spread in the background was exactly what I was, not exactly what I was asking for, what I meant to ask for. I forgot the color variation. But this like pink, purple, magenta, blurple, red-ish. I guess blue wasn't really part of it. It was more like magenta. Maybe it depends, but either way, this is the night's color spread I was looking for. I think this is the most effective color spread when you're not just going straight night sky, which is blue-purple. And there's no dumb gray that holds this Live 2D back as a wallpaper. The lighting is very nice. It's very subtle. What if it was just a shaded forest instead of city lights? Well, the fact that they're on a bench here, I don't entirely hate the fact that they're illuminated by this light and possibly some others. If they were in a forest, then the context of the Live 2D would change entirely. So I'm not really too sure what to say about it. But the context of having this quote-unquote tender moment with Moe, because it's probably still talking about being easily manipulated by seeing things explode, because I did read this, and I mean all of her Momo talks are on that level. Honestly, Moe is kind of adorable when she's not trying to blow something up. It's insanely rare, so take that as you will. And I do like the fact that she's so focused while everything behind her, despite it being an amazing color, is just so blurred and tucked away. It complements very nicely because the entire background is blurred, even though it seems like it was. Let me just... this one's the ones where I kind of want to actually look at what it normally looks like. So yeah, you can see there's actually a great degree of blur overall, but you can still clearly make out the bench and the floor while the background is so far away that you're not supposed to be focused on it. And unlike Atsuko's, which I've complained about a dozen times thus far, the variance in blurring complements this Live 2D well enough that this is very serviceable as a wallpaper. And I would have probably set it as my one wallpaper if I didn't prefer others more. With that being said, honestly, it's a really good one. I don't know how high I want to put it. This is almost like a Hibiki tier wallpaper. The only thing I think is holding it back is that it's a little more mellow in the front. And even though it services her well as her character, I still think there's a little more you could hope to get out of it. So I'll keep her top of A tier. I might consider bumping her to the A+ tier, but that's a subject for later. keep forgetting to turn down the quality. I shouldn't have to, my computer sucks. Alright. Momiji's Live 2D requires a couple things. One, if you don't love or at least adore Momiji a lot, you're in for something, because there's really nothing exciting about the rest of the background. You have a couple of colored banners here. You have the edges of books, bookshelves, typical buildings, typical side buildings with nothing special about them, and a very bright blue sky. I know some other Live 2Ds have had technically less, but there's something so extravagantly basic, not even simple, basic, about this Live 2D that makes it feel a little cramped even without any blur. And I think it's because she's surrounded by the bottom edges of bookshelves, and the most boring buildings one could ever look at, which is stacked windows against brick-colored walls. On the other hand, because Momiji is so centered, she does kind of save it. I will say, looking at the center, there is a moderate chance you might instead of looking at Momiji's face, you might look at these balloons, which might have you looking here, which might have you look at the stupid buildings, which might have you looking at these boring books. Now, if you turn to Momiji, then all is fine. This Live 2D is fine. The color palette isn't too blinding where one would have a problem with it. In fact, I appreciate the fact that the colors here are pretty vibrant. I would say I could use a little more like bright color variation. The fact that it's like balloons and banners, it kind of feels lackluster to me. Still, I think this Live 2D works fine, and I think this is a little bit of my personal bias creeping in, but there's something that feels off about this Live 2D. Not that there's anything wrong, I just feel like there's a lot that seems to be missing, and it's really sad to say, but at the end of the day, if you like Momiji's Live 2D and you want to use it as a wallpaper or your in-game background, who's stopping you? If you recall, which you probably have after hearing me say it 15 times, the problem with a certain character's Live 2D is that there's too much blur to make sense of anything behind her. In Momoi's case, that is not true. You can see very clearly what seems to be gachapon machines. You can see the outline, the faint outline of the store behind her, and whatever stupid I assume it's this thing, whatever dumb yellow walking Pac-Man thing is behind her too. So because she is so front and close to the camera, with the background being blurred enough so that you can keep the focus on her and the card without being so blurry that it feels suffocating, this Live 2D isn't all that bad. Now, I will say, it's kind of funny that this hand is so small, this hand is so large, and her hand just sticking out so far. It's not necessarily like a nitpick or anything, it's just funny. All in all, again, the heavy blur in general kind of hurts. Even if there's enough that you can see other stuff, it still makes you desire more out of the Live 2D, I think. And nobody cares about the card Momoi is holding. Momoi is a way more interesting subject matter than whatever, like, stamp card it is. With that said, I at least think it's better than Mario and Atsuko's. Whether you think it's better than Shinatsu's or Kaede's depends on your liking of the characters and the color choice. I mean, the color choice is mostly just Momoi's outfit, so there's really not much you can say. Okay, so if the moody rainy day and the blue purple starry night sky are S tier or double S tier, whatever you want to say, if they are top tier backgrounds, a very strong contender, even though not super top tier, is sunset backgrounds, evening backgrounds. So Mutsuki's very clearly basks the entire frame in evening light, as is expected of the evening sky here. So when you have short characters, or small characters in general, when you do a high angle, for example, Kokona's and Koharu's, you're showing this power balance of that character being cute. Here with Mutsuki, not only do we have a low angle, we have a mega low angle. So low, in fact, you can see her boot. One could say this is almost like, not eye level, because eye level is, well, it's eye level looking up, you can't really say. If eye level looking straight, it actually is like here. So yes, at eye level would be the edge of her boot. I mean, the reason why we're looking at Mutsuki at such a high angle is very obvious. It's who Mutsuki is as a character, always teasing and getting the upper hand. So this works very well in conjunction with who she is. I will say, when you actually read this episode, she is a lot more adorable than she lets on in this specific frame. But that's a context-based little detail that I'm not really factoring in because I haven't read the final Momo talk for most of these. I will still say Mutsuki's smile is so trademark and adds so much to the enjoyment, one could say, of this live 2D that it does work very well for her character. Now, it's not monumental by any means, and what the blur, I mean, the sun, yeah, the clouds are so unfocusable that they end up being blurred anyway. So yes, the blur is fine. There's not really too much to blur. And besides Mutsuki, her bag, and the railing, there's not really much else you can talk about. So while effective as a live 2D, it's not super monumental, though it is pretty good. I will say somewhere in this top row, probably, somewhere in this little section. I want to put her below Kokona. There is something to note about the difference between when you do a super low angle and a higher angle, so keep that in mind. I have one complaint with Nagisa that might be my bias taking over, is that her design, her facial structure in this live 2D seems like a mix between her old one, which compared to her new one is a little unpleasant if I were to look her up right now. Not live 2D, just Nagisa's spread. Alright. Is her old sprite here? Oh yeah, here. Wait, there's a difference between pre-release too? I guess her pre-release didn't exist, I don't... Oh, the shading was different. Oh, there was like an extra... Okay, so it seems that when her design changed, the scoliosis got worse. That's fine. The shading got different, and they removed a branch here. I guess it was like out of place. It kind of was. Okay. So when comparing these two designs, you can tell that there's a squishiness to her face here that is definitely gone from the sharpness of her old design. Taking a look back at her live 2D, one could argue that even though you can see a bit of her squishy cheek here, that's kind of already present in this one too. I think, to me, even though it's not a huge problem, honestly, I think it's mostly the fact that this tuft of hair is so outward that the fact that it's so retained here makes me believe that it's more reminiscent of her older design, even though her eyes and her face and her design overall are way more updated because she was released much after this original design. Even still, I can't help but think that her face, it just reminds me of her old sprite, which compared to her new one is not as satisfying to look at all. I mean, everything about her older design was just less refined. Now, that aside, because that is a little bit of a strange nitpick. That aside, the live 2D is good. The blurring is pretty nice because besides you and Nagisa at this little tea table, everything else, though you can clearly see it, is not in focus, so you shouldn't be worried about it. I like this assortment of pastries and flowers that give a very nice spread of fun and colorful color variety. Aside from that, there's not much else you can talk about. One thing I will say is that I talked about how you aren't directly in front of the character with live 2Ds like Kokonas, where you're sitting at a table, but the camera isn't positioned at the other side. It's positioned over the table for the high angle. Because this is a little low shifted eye level angle, you are at the other side of the table, which gives you this back and forth like perspective, which is enhanced by a stronger blur. I will say, when you're face to face with the subject, the stronger blur does help, even though when the blur gets progressively stronger, it starts to progressively detract even more. In this case, it's fine, maybe a little strong, but there's so much here next to her that it's a little hard to focus on the background unless you're looking there. And it's unlike something like Midori's, it doesn't fully distract because they're so close to her that you can keep jumping back to her without it being tucked away in different corners. Because Nagisa's square in the middle. And it really helps that when you look at this middle focal point, it's just Nagisa. Maybe your teacup, but then it just drags back to Nagisa. If you're looking away at a pastry, you can check them all out for a little bit. But at the end of the day, when your eyes dart back to the middle to jump somewhere else, it's still Nagisa in frame. So Nagisa is never outside of the subject matter. For that reason, Nagisa's live 2D works very strongly as a wallpaper. As for how strongly, pretty strongly I'd say. I think this works a little better than Maki's, probably because of the lighting alone. My main complaint with Maki's was the lighting at the wall, where the graffiti is a little duller. But Maki's is still really good, and Nagisa's is very nice as well. We have to know a couple of things about Nagisa's live 2D that is a sum of a lot of the other elements we talked about in past Live 2Ds. Namely, the single hue that is mostly a result of her color palette, which I discussed in Misaki's. In Misaki's case, the light was basked onto her to change her hue in an unnatural, not unnatural, but her color palette was unnatural in conjunction to her original design. In Nagisa's case, this is very close to how she originally looks. She is very pale, her hair is very white, her palette is very light like this. There's a little bit of tinting influence from the not the moonlight, but the skylight being a little bluish, but mostly you can still tell that this is mostly what she normally looks like. Another thing is the blur. Now, again, like I said, when the subject matter is face to face or looking directly at you, the stronger the blur is, the more it impacts this specific type of angle. Again, because the blur is a bit strong, it does feel like Nagisa is outlined and a bit suffocated. I will say that unlike other ones, there's this weird glow that is present here that does accentuate the fact that she's being outlined by all this blur. And to give her credit, to give this Live 2D credit, it's not like everything is so blurry and out of focus that you can barely make it out. You can clearly make out the mountains, the trees here, whatever shelf thing this is. You can still tell everything that's here. But Nagisa is so close and in focus and glowing that it's not as much of a problem that she's in such a strong blur. In fact, this might be one of the only times a strong blur is more advantageous as opposed to a weak blur. Of course, as I've said with a lot of other Live 2Ds, there's scarcely much else to look at other than Nagisa herself. In many other cases, that's a problem. For some reason, not the air that Nagisa gives makes me want to allow and justify the choices made to her Live 2D that I have criticized or talked disapprovingly of in a lot of other Live 2Ds. And for that reason, that makes her a really good contender for the A tier, but probably just on the lower end. Because if not for who she is and how she is designed, slapping someone else into the situation her Live 2D is in would probably fail really strongly. For a good example, you can look at Atsuko's. This reminds me a lot of Hifumi's, where Hifumi is surrounded by a lot of subtle background that you can barely make out because it's so white. But with Hifumi, it's more of like a sophisticated Trinity air. In Nagisa's case, it's just mostly like a soothing moonlight atmosphere. I'm not really sure where to put her. I think I'm going to put her right above Kisaki. I can't really explain where she would go in conjunction to everyone else, but if I had to compare her to someone, it reminds me a little bit of Kisaki's, maybe because of what positions they have. One thing I will say about Natsu's is that although the background isn't gray that I usually talk bad about, like for example with Miyu's or Aru's or in some aspects Koharu's, but there's something one can appreciate perhaps the old and rusted atmosphere. But this kind of reminds me of Marina's, where the cardboard and the rusty wall and the floorboards are also similar in hue, but this is not really the kind of hue that you like to be spread around. Because who, I mean, brown is not really a color that is super effective. I will say the evening light complements Natsu and her hair very well. This was a wonderful choice. Aside from that, the dim brownness of everything here is a little difficult to look at to appreciate. There's nothing really wrong with this live 2D. It's just that this, like I said with Marina's, it just feels a little too dull to be too enjoyable. Natsu kind of saves herself because it's not super dull and there is a little bit of variation, but at the end of the day, there's a lot more that you could have expected. The lighting does help a little bit too, but overall, just somewhere in the mid A minus tier. One thing to note is that pausing this live 2D makes it hard to appreciate it, because the fireworks are constantly booming and everything here is constantly flowing. The cool thing about this live 2D is that when you compare the situation as opposed to how Neru usually presents herself on the outside, it makes for a really good contrast that you can appreciate if you understand Neru's character outside of this live 2D. Looking at this live 2D in a vacuum, however, just looking at her color palette alone, it's fine. I will say one thing you can appreciate as well is that the lighting of the background does not influence her lighting, unlike how it did with Nagisa's or Misaki's. And I think there's some blur. The blur is subtle enough that you can't really notice, but it's there so that Neru is still focused enough, even though she's already so close in frame, that you maybe didn't need the blur at all, but I can't say for sure. One thing I will also add is that the art style is clearly one of the much older ones. Again, that only detracts if the overall quality of the live 2D is hurt by the older art style. In this case, it changes how Neru is drawn and it changes her color palette a little bit. In comparison to other live 2Ds, it does feel off. However, standalone, there's not really too much that is taken away from the fact that this live 2D seems to be so old, especially again when you play it. There's a lot going on, and I do like the color variation of the fireworks as well. So this is a pretty good live 2D to set as wallpaper, even if the art style kind of throws me off because it seems a lot older. Just the situation that it's in is very nice to look at. So I'd say Neru is probably like at least somewhere lower in the A tier, if not higher up. I mean, I can clearly look past old live 2Ds. Junko's and Iris seem pretty old in their art style, yet they're all the way up here. In my case, I think the sky and the background is a little too... The hue is a little too consistent. And what I mean by that is that it's this weird, like, light blue shade that isn't really affected or changed throughout the rest of the city. Of course, there's a bit of a variation between this blue down to here, which is what makes this background so wonderful to look at. But I don't know. Ending off on this color is a little strange, but I think it works. It does work. And I'm not complaining too much about it, though I will say every time I look down to Neru's arms, the shading does look a little strange. But again, clearly I'm able to look past that somewhat and give her a pretty solid mid A tier, if high A tier. So when we talk about Nia's Live 2D, we have to talk about it in the context of angles and power dynamics. Uh, what I would assume is that Nia, being a bit of a brat, is probably being punished for doing something she probably shouldn't have, or even though maybe it was in everyone's best interest, the manner in which she conducted it, much similarly to the event story in Unconcealed Heart, uh, what she did at the end of the day requires correction, and that is clearly what is going on here. Now, I will say, this this live 2D really exists in some sort of vacuum, where here, picture this: Nia, tatami mat, lights. Name something else that is in this picture. Her folding fan. Name something else. There's nothing else, and it it it's like a modern version of Kotori's Live 2D, base Kotori's Live 2D. In this case, the blurring, there's really not too much blurring, so it's not as bad. And if you're going to stick with the basic design, you have to commit to it all the way. So it's not too much bland, but it's enough that it's a simple enough background that allows the character to exist outside of it. Okay. All the like fancy justifications aside, the Live 2D is kind of simple. I still think it's better than these, but it's still just too simple. The art style, believe it or not, is modern. This is one of the most recent Live 2Ds, within like 3 or 4 months. That said, there's literally nothing going on, so there's not much to talk about. And unless you like, here we go again. Unless you like Nia, unless you love seeing Nia on your screen, that's all you're gonna get. So you better love Nia if you're gonna set this as your Live 2D, because you have nothing else to look forward to. So, when we talk about Noah's Life 2D, we can rehash the point we made in Mina's, where, not Mina's. We can rehash the point we made in Mina's, where we have this very mellow, rainy atmosphere. Unlike in Mina's, there's a little bit of a bluer tint here that complements the blue of Noah's jacket and whatever Gundam, Evangelion, whatever designs that she has on her ears. It's like a headband. Like, I don't understand what that does for her. I don't think anyone does, but hey, it's a pretty cool part of her design and it's iconic, and it does help this background a bit. A funny thing is, her halo is so consistent with her color palette that it's honestly a crazy sight to see. But then again and again, the background does help with the rest of her design very well. Not too many notes. What I will say is that even though it makes sense, the fact that this Noah is staring straight out is odd. And I think the perspective probably matches well enough. I will say Noah's looking this way. Obviously, I can't move my mouse in 3D space, but this Noah should probably be looking... I don't know. I feel like the head's not tilted enough. Maybe the perspective, like my perspective, is wrong, and I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe because like the camera's skewed, but this Noah is staring very uncannily. That's the word. She looks very uncanny. Ignoring that, this Noah looks completely fine. She looks cute. No major comments. It's not as revolutionary as Mine's, whose background is works so well overall, but it's such a strong one that it at least deserves a really high spot on the A tier. Maybe not A plus tier, but it is still a really good live 2D. Maybe it is A plus tier. For how mellow it is, honestly, it does work similarly to Mika's, where Mika you get more of like the starry design, and Noah you get more of this relaxed, rainier design. So, in their own respects, they do work almost equally well to give you a wonderful experience. So, I suppose she does deserve the A plus tier. All right. Previously, I claimed Nodoka's Live 2D to be one of my favorites because this is possibly one of the best starry night sky designs I have seen in a Live 2D. However, now that I am a changed man and trying to be more inclusive to other styles of background, I will say, while I still think the lighting, shading of the night sky is absolutely wonderful, it does fall short just a little bit from the fact that not only does the art style seem a little bit older here on Nodoka's face and forehead, her hands are admittedly super tiny, but when we talk about things existing in a vacuum or being outlined by their backgrounds, especially when we're talking about blurs, it's the fact that there's nothing else to focus on, so this character feels isolated in space. And in this case, it literally looks like Nodoka could be floating in space. Obviously, this low angle suggests that Nodoka's just standing on a very high hill, and the telescope too. But one could argue, because you can't see any semblance of the ground, you could imagine Nodoka to be just within space. And that itself makes for a very good picture. What I will say is that compared to her sprite, which I think looks adorable, and I'm not saying this isn't adorable, it's just her head's a little weirdly bowl cutty round, and her hands are tiny. But all in all, the Live 2D, it's not as wonderful as I thought it was before, but it's still very strong. Possibly not as strong as some of these really high ones, but it still works very well in its own respect. If I had to compare it to one, maybe it'd be Misaki's, but without the hue affecting Nodoka. And again, it's a personal choice whether you prefer these night sky type ones or these top lamp lighting ones in a library-ish atmosphere or office, whatever have you. I'm just really trying to group them together based on theme. Alright. Nonomi's Live 2D is as simple as it gets. Nonomi ear cleaning, high angle on her lap. Blurry background, so the only thing you have to focus on is Nonomi. One could say, there are two kinds of people who play Blue Archive. There are, on one hand, there are people who you could say, to put it vaguely, are really into this. There are people who are into the polar opposite, perhaps taking care of Kokona as she goes to a restaurant with nothing but carrots. There is no such thing as middle ground. You are one of the two. If you are on the side that wants to play Goo Goo Babies with Super Creek from Uma Musume, then this is probably right up your alley. If you are the polar opposite, then this is probably mostly a miss. This one strongly depends on whether you enjoy what is happening in the scene, I would say. Now, Nonomi isn't bad to look at. I think her character, her design is fine. Her eyes do seem a little bit too spread apart. Maybe that's just because she's so close, and maybe there's a different kind of lens going on here. Overall, it's not terrible. It's actually kind of on a similar level to, I'd say, Kurara's, where... No, Kurara's is a little more complex. And Nonomi's actually very simple. That might hold it back all the way down here. And sometimes simple is fine, because like unlike something like where I'm looking at right now, Natsu's, where the color choice kind of takes away from the live 2D, they stuck with something light and simple, and it's not like a hospital atmosphere, so it's not terrible either. But in the end, it's what do you have to look forward to except Nonomi? And if you don't like looking forward to Nonomi, then this is definitely not for you. There are a couple things to note about Nozomi's live 2D. One, after Nozomi was released and all of the art was coming out about Nozomi being the ideal housewife, my opinion of her started to rapidly change because of those fan arts. And previously, I had stated that Hikari was my more favorite twin because I think her character design is better at a blind glance. Because of all those artworks and memes probably too, Nozomi is now my favorite twin, or my preferred twin of the two. That has nothing to do with the live 2D, so let's talk about that now. It's fine. The shading is serviceable. There's nothing too distracting. The blur is relegated to the behind the windows where things are occasionally flying by, so you get a little bit of movement that you can enjoy without it being too distracting. Again, like I said, with Mutsuki's, this evening lighting is one of the better shades you can have for a wallpaper. And in this case, there's not too much to be distracted by. Besides Nozomi, who's looking awfully smug here, you have some things that I can't make out because I am not a conductor. And because of that, there's nothing I can really say about anything else. And the background is so simple, there's nothing to be distracted by except look at Nozomi or occasionally glance at what's happening in the background. But it's so fast that you can't even tell. So what that means is that, as simple as it is still pretty nice to look at. I will say the wall is kind of bland, and it's kind of boring to look at. Even with the things occasionally flashing by, it's so infrequent that you can't really expect too much out of it. I would say she's probably somewhere here. Hikari is probably up there, probably because of the cheek pinching thing. Nozomi doesn't have that, so you can't really make a case for her. Probably next to Iori, who had the hospital atmosphere, but again, the evening lighting, the sunset lighting makes up for both of them. Alright. With Pina's, you get a very nice spread of colors here. You get a nice blur in the background, which one could say could be a little weaker. No, there's not really much to look at. It's like a pond with some rocks. Hopefully it's not the mud puddle Megu was dousing herself in. But aside from that, you get a really nice tea set. This well-decorated fish, I suppose. the color palette is not bad. You know, you have Pina's outfit here, and her hair and her eyes. This is already a nice color spread. Uh, I suppose she's German, but that aside, you know, we have this. We have a decent spread of color. Uh, it's not super vibrant or anything, and I think that helps because it's not too distracting. And unlike a lot of other live 2Ds where you would sit at the other edge of the table, this time you are sitting on the same edge of the table as Pina, and you are looking straight at her with the table to the side. And I think this is a really nice dynamic that we haven't really seen. One could say that in cases like you're sitting side to side with Neru or Minori, that you kind of have this dynamic. But in those cases, there's nothing that could have been between you. In this case, there's something that could have been between you, yet it's off to the side where you two are sitting on the same side. And that's a pretty cool thing. Uh, all in all, this is a pretty solid live 2D. The blurring, even though albeit a little strong, isn't too distracting, and I have no major issues with this live 2D at all. I think the color spread is mellow enough, yet still vibrant that there's something for your eyes to enjoy. And I mean, sitting next to Pina, that doesn't sound like a bad time at all. So I'd probably put it somewhere like there. That's a pretty solid spot, I'd say. All right. So we have proximity blurring because those lockers are not that far away. However, they're so tall, especially because of the low angle, and they take up so much of the background space that it gives the sense of blurring the background, which I'm pretty sure they were going for here because outside of the lockers, the wall is almost taking up the same vertical uh, space. So blurring everything here gives the sense that it is enclosed between you and Ray. And I think the reason why it doesn't feel suffocating is because aside from her, you have the bench she's on and her shoes, which are unblurred, so that there still feels like there's some space aside from her, so she's not being suffocated in all this blurring action. And honestly, before Ray became playable, I wasn't too interested in her design, but she is pretty cute. I guess you get a fang reveal when she smiles, which that's a nice added detail, I suppose. One you can't really be too disappointed by that. Okay, that's not the frame I was. Okay, there we go. It's like that weird smug frame. It's not the frame I was pausing on. So yeah. Now locker room background, like Koharu's, it's not really that exciting, but the lighting here does give a nice, a little more of like a calming, nostalgic feeling than Koharu's, which is just weird and Koharu pilled chaos. So there is a little more appreciation you can get out of looking at Ray's live 2D. And for that reason, I'd probably say she does rank higher among all these blurring ones. Not too high, I would say. Probably stop short somewhere around here. But this is a very good one. And if I have her, which I probably won't pull for her. Just because her live 2D is not top tier, and I don't think she's a strong character anyway. I'll probably just keep her somewhere there. If I had it for some reason, perhaps I'd use it, but in spite of the nice atmosphere it gives, there are a lot of other live 2Ds that I would prefer to use, just because of my own preferences. Yeah, somewhere around here. I don't really want to spend too much time nitpicking where exactly she belongs between everyone, but just somewhere in this middle A tier is perfect for her. One note. And this doesn't influence what I think of the live 2D. However, this cut of her immediately smiling is a little strange. So we have two types of live 2Ds usually. We have the types where they're smiling during the intro, then it cuts out to the main loop before they return to their resting face. Here, this is the intro, her side profile. And then it cuts to her smiling with no continuity. I don't know if that was because of this video or if that's how the live 2D is presented in general. I don't own the character, and I'm a little too lazy to check with a different source. Now, as for where her live 2D is actually concerned, just pause because the low frame rate is not doing her any favors. The lighting spread is wonderful. This is exactly what I hope for when I think of something like Hibiki's or Moe's. In Moe's case, it's tucked away in the corner so you can't really tell. And when I said, I guess not blue in Moe's, here's the blue I suppose I was looking for. It seems like the sky lighting has transformed to fit Reisa's color palette in an unnatural yet still fitting way. I have no complaints with it. And again, this is very similar to Nagisa's, where Reisa is looking directly at the camera, so even though the mask blur around her threatens to make it feel like, I can't unpause, threatens to make it feel like she's being suffocated, the fact that you can still get a general outline of everything, these buildings, these trees, this building, and perhaps what might be a school or maybe another apartment building behind her. It's not so cloyingly blurry that it suffocates her, yet it's still enough that Reisa still feels like she's being outlined. In her case, she's not being glowed, unlike Nagisa's, but because the sunset is over here, it does give some contrast between her, which is her face is being masked by the shade, because the sun's on the other side. So you do get this nice light contrast, as opposed to her just glowing. Now, unlike Nagisa's, I actually think Reisa's is complemented well by the color spread. Again, Moe made it all the way up here because the blur juxtaposition was good and the color palette in the background works very effectively as a wallpaper. In Reisa's case, that background light that I love so much is almost fully present, and it gives this very tender atmosphere that you can't really describe in words too much. If you had to give context for what kind of scene this was, I would honestly say this is like some after school bonding experience that I can't again fully put into words. I honestly think this is a unique scenario that can't really be replicated by any other live 2D, and for that reason I think it's a very strong contender for the A+ tier. Now moving on to bait, we have Reijo's. Alright. Reijo aside, even though she's taking up 70% of the screen, so there's not much else to talk about when you remove Reijo from the conversation. This lighting is a little reminiscent of what I just talked about a minute ago. It's a lot more mellow here, and is still complemented by less of like a sunset, even though in Reisa's the sunset was very bright instead of orange, which is another story. But more than like a sunset, like a fading sun, this is more like a midway, where the sun is still very clearly out, but you can see traces of where the sun doesn't reach of the purple sky starting to fade in. Then this is a lot. This is very reminiscent of Mutsuki's, where it's just her with the railing behind her, with a very nice background. You do get a little more this time. You get trees, which are very cool. And aside from that, I mean, there's nothing else. Again, if you really like Reijo, this is the live 2D for you. Otherwise, you don't have much else to look for. I will say the background does save it a little bit for those non-Reijo hardcore fans. Still, there's hardly anything besides that. So I would say she probably falls a little bit under. Maybe to the point of A minus tier, but I'll keep her at the top. I do like this sky color, but it's quite mellow, so there's a little more you could get out of it if you wanted, but you're not getting that, so it sucks. This perhaps might be one of the hottest takes I'll ever have in the live 2D tier list, but I okay, I don't have a huge issue with Renge's live 2D. However, the art style on her face is oddly reminiscent of Hasame's, that it brings back a disturbingly negative uh, bias that I can't get rid of. That out of the way, the lighting is fine, although I would say, regardless of the lighting contrast between being under a large tree and the bright sky outside, it's a little reminiscent of Momiji's, where the light is kind of away, distanced, and pale bright. And as we can see here, my ranking for Momiji, although A tier, was not substantially high. Again, in my opinion, the art style is heavily dependent, or the art style, the live 2D is heavily dependent on how good the art style is. And in this case, something feels a little off about this live 2D's art style. And it sucks because Renge's splash art is one of my favorites. Whoever her illustrator is did a very good job accentuating, her Oni dragon elements, and just her face and eyes in general are just very captivating. So the fact that her live 2D is just a far cry is a little upsetting, but at the end of the day, it doesn't suck as a live 2D, but something detracts me because of that art style that I can't take my mind off of, which just permanently sours my opinion of this live 2D. So in the end, there's something mellow here. Maybe. Honestly, I don't even think it's as bad as these, but it's maybe somewhere above them like that. For the more thematically inclined, you will notice that Rio's is actually a very clever combination of two other live 2Ds. And without any digging, one could reason that it's probably at least Himari, and because of the events of V2C2, one could also fathom that it is Alice. And what elements does she reciprocate from the two? She reciprocates holding her knees up to her face like Alice does. And this is very strange to say, but what she takes away from Himari's live 2D is showing her feet. I don't think thematically that's a strong connection, but because that's the most iconic part of Himari's live 2D, there's no doubt that you can at least see the connection, even if thematically in story it makes no sense, Alice's kind of makes sense. I mean, Rio being, embarrassed and a little stuck in her shell after what she did, embezzlement, which is arguably pretty bad. But the Himari connection, even though Himari, being her frenemy partner, whatever, the connection between their live 2Ds is so ridiculous. But you can't discount the fact that there's a very strong possibility that that's what's being done here. And Rio, being such an authoritative and powerful enemy, terrifying, intimidating figure in Volume 2, and a little bit still distant and held back in Volume F, it's a really strong juxtaposition between how she's presenting herself here. Then again, even though I say context like that isn't really influencing what I would say about the Live 2D in the end, Rio's design is enough to make you imply that such a juxtaposition exists. Because if I were to try to name another character that it follows the same dynamic that Rio is in with Sensei right now, where she's a big sister, although right now she's more like a little sister, I don't think there is one. Maybe Sakuyo? But Sakuya's not even like a little sister archetype. She's like a daughter archetype. When someone leans towards someone like Rio, who has a large stature, yet is more to be doted on than doting or intimidating, like Nonomi, Hanako, or like the intimidating, authoritative ones like, I don't know, Sakurako. It's a weird relationship that is just not present anywhere else. And the fact that such a relationship exists is what makes this Live 2D so unique. And even without that context, just looking at her design in general gives you a good idea of what her relationship with everyone is like up to this point, which is just magnificently convoluted, trying to understand the bigger picture behind everything. And for that reason, I don't know. I would want to say upper A tier. Because of that context alone, I wouldn't really mind having her contend for the A+ tier. It's just having this as a wallpaper requires you to enjoy the dark atmosphere, bluish atmosphere. Rio alone, it really requires you to at least like the character's design, or else you're just looking at someone's feet in stockings, which I guess for maybe some people is blindly A+ no matter what. I will say, I did mention, this is a weird thing to call back to, I mentioned in Maki's Live 2D that we can agree that objectively her in her Live 2D is cute. I think we can objectively agree that Rio's design, as simple as it is so compelling because black and red with such high boldness and saturation is hard to look away from. Rio's design, as simple as it is one of the most captivating just because of two simple colors that the illustrator chose. It's just so effective that for that context alone, we're going to stray away a little bit. I think for that context alone, I made a similar argument with Races where the situation that it begs to give off makes it A+ tier for that alone. It's more than just the background that it shows. A lot of these, it's hard to look beyond the situation it shows because it's really played just to enhance or play further into the character you already understand. In Rio and Raisa's case, I would argue, it does more for their character aside from what is simply being shown on screen. And for that insanely convoluted reason, I'm going to put Rio in the A+ tier. because honestly, we need more people up there. But I have to be very selective with who I choose to put up there because with so many characters, being in this higher tier is so sacred. If you inkling your way into these upper tiers, that means your live 2D is something so magnificent that it deserves special recognition. All of these A and A minus ones, the reason why A tier has a plus and minus is to represent the fact that all of these live 2Ds are mostly pretty good. Even if I say a lot of, you know, bad stuff about some of them because my personal preferences of art style or lighting choice or blur choice get in the way, at the end of the day, it's not like some of these are so terrible, besides the two I put in the C tier, that you can't use them. Depending on who you like or what your personal tastes are, any of these work perfectly fine, and your tier list may be completely flipped on its head. And that's why the A tier is just so diverse. I mean, there's just so many. But then again, when we're looking at a tier list, we want to see what truly stands out above the rest. Who cares about the lower tiers? It's about the top 2, 3 tiers. Or 1 in some cases. Having just said all that about Rios, I will say for Rumi's, I mean, there's not much else you can say. I mean, she does look very nice here when she smiles. The kitchen atmosphere is a little reminiscent of a combination of both Nia's because of the wood trays here and Aru's because of the gray, the tiled background. No one enjoys looking at that. I've seen videos of high-end restaurant kitchens that look very appealing, but then like you go into the very back and it just looks like this. And even though it's realistic for a wallpaper, it doesn't really do much to excite you or at least look pleasing in comparison to a lot of the other ones, which just by color palette alone look much more pleasing. I mean, the appealing factor here is sweaty Rumi. I can't deny that. That's clearly what is being conveyed here. It's gonna sound like a broken wind-up toy or whatever. If sweaty Rumi is your jam, this is perfect for you. If it doesn't really matter too much to you, there are a lot of better live 2Ds that you could choose as opposed to Rumi's. Like Muse, Saki is sitting in a very dull looking atmosphere. Again, there is a little bit of military themed color variation that fits with her design. Then again, just because it fits with her design doesn't mean it's more exciting to look at military green and ammo box brown. That being said, Saki is taking up most of the frame in both mostly vertical, but in some aspects horizontal, that it's not terrible to look at. However, besides that, there's not too much, but out of all of the more bland ones, Saki's is fine. I think I would take Saki's over Miyu's. Miyu takes more horizontal space. Actually, she is a much larger frame, but the background is more boring to look at as opposed to Saki's. But they're close enough. I don't know how she'd fare against the rest of them, but they're pretty similar. So we just talked about bland backgrounds. Sakurako almost suffers from this. I will say the old castle atmosphere does give a bit of a unique element. Uh, and it's unique enough that you can appreciate it. If it is a little bit uh, unrealistic, I understand. I will say the candle doesn't really seem to be doing much. And you can tell that the light dissipates as we approach farther from the candle, but perhaps this is just bias and unfair of me to say this, but if it were more like a lantern and the light were maybe a little bit more orange, more reminiscent of a fire rather, okay, well, that's a little awkward to say, but more reminiscent of like a less hot fire, because this is just light. This is just a wisp of light rather than like a orange sparking fire that we're probably used to like in a campfire. I think that would help the old brick dungeon castle atmosphere a little better. And for me, this kind of looks like a prison cell. If, like, thinking of other media I've seen, this kind of brick wall with this kind of moonlighting is kind of reminiscent of being stuck in a prison cell. Again, I mean, my biases don't fully uh, explain how good an L2D is as a wallpaper, but I'd say they're at least a pretty good idea of what is conveyed to most people, or to many people, of what the L2D looks like, especially using as a wallpaper. It's not very exciting. It's not bad, but I wouldn't say it's a top contender for a wallpaper. Yeah, right next to the Gehenna. Uh, right next to the Gehenna operative. That's a good idea. Alright. Sayori's is a interesting spread of light followed by this dark alleyway. And that's all there is. Something interesting is why Sayori is injured. Obviously, given the context of the mobile talk, is not hard to understand. However, would it kill to have Sayori a little happier? Again, this is bias coming into play, but having Sayori hurt in her live 2D, when given the context, just doesn't sit too right with me. I don't know. Having an injured student in a live 2D is odd. I don't know if I would like to have this on my wallpaper, a hurting student. It's not really the notion that they're hurting that's the main problem. It's how they are presented, not how they present themselves. They have no choice, but how the student is presented when they're injured is just hard to look at. Okay, it won't load, and it's not like the lighting choices, not like the lighting spread is any better to look at. If you look here, you get blinded, and if you look here, it's just a boring wall. Now, this isn't saying anything about Sayori's character or her character design, but just the live 2D that she is presented in is just not fun to look at. It honestly hurts to look at. That's not her fault, but yeah. this is one of the stranger live 2Ds, one could say. It's not hard to see what they're going for here. When Satsuki's under mind control of her own doing, which is strange how that works, it does change the atmosphere quite a bit. It goes from Satsuki being mischievous to Satsuki being kind of helpless. And paired with this evening lighting spilling through the blinds and the rest of this dark, empty room, it's an interesting feeling for sure. What's funny is that she has a mole here and Asuna has a mole on this side. I don't know if the artist is the same, but it would make total sense if their artist was the same person, because adding similar designs, there's totally something that they would do. As how Amy and Mashiro's face looks exactly the same because their artist is exactly the same. In this case, Satsuki's Live 2D doesn't really have anything insulting. It doesn't have anything that really takes away from it, but there's a lot more you could hope to get from it. Now, that said, the lighting is perfectly fine. There's a nice spread of lighting. There's no distracting blur. And so it's perfectly serviceable, like, up here. This almost gives me vibes of a hospital room, maybe because like the room is bland over here, so that's probably why I'm not too enthusiastic over it, but it's not terrible. Alright. Saya's is interesting. It's a high angle straight front shot. Like her face, you can't even see her neck because her face is literally staring straight at the camera with the high angle. The color variance is not too bad. It's pretty mellow. The lighting is pretty standard too. It's very reminiscent of being in like the back corner of a bootleg shop where the lighting barely doesn't reach, but it's still not too dark. Yet there's not really anything too crazy, but there's not anything bad about it either. This is one of those live 2Ds where there's not too much, and if you like Saya, I suppose the live 2D will service you well. If you hate Saya because she keeps showing up in your 3-star cards, she hasn't been showing up in mine recently, but if you have disdain for her, you probably want to stay away from this or you'll be thoroughly disappointed. All things considered, hers is fine. It's a very hit or miss one depending on how much you like the character. I still think it's designed pretty well, so no major complaints. Now, Seiya is next, and the funny thing is the last time I did this, which was about a year ago, Seiya didn't exist in the game, and I put her L2D in the top of the S tier. Let's see where hers holds up now. We have a couple things we need to discuss. One, the choice of her resting expression. Had they kept this might have... One sec. So, had they kept this as her resting expression, this might have shaken up the L2D meta entirely. We are left with this, which isn't terrible. It's not that much worse. It's not worse by any objective sense, but it is different. and it's not bad. Taking into account Seiya's character back in Eden Treaty, it's a crazy difference from the character she used to be. She went from this mysteriously, convolutedly cryptic fox spouting nonsense to someone who has a larger incentive to take initiative for her own desires and be a little bit more selfish. And honestly, they went in a pretty good direction with this character choice because it's like the juxtaposition in Rio's character is that she went from this intimidating authority figure to someone who's unsure of all her actions and tries and wants to try to fit back in to be with everyone else, but struggles to do so because she used to embezzle money. In Seiya's case, she went from trying to keep up this air of this important and distant authority figure who, now that she's free from her shackles because the matter of Eden has gone and passed us by, she is now a little more free to leave her worries about her position behind and follow her true calling, which is to be a brat. Completely on theme for the game, and that's probably exactly where the devs went with designing her character. Again, context for a character is very niche. I don't apply it to everyone because I think the live 2D should be able to stand on its own regardless of if you know the character or not. In very rare cases, with something like Reisa, where the atmosphere is so strong, it gives you that kind of idea even if you've never known Reisa in your life. And with Rio, who, same story there. In Seiya's case, I think her dress and the background we're in, this very clearly prim and proper, sophisticated bed, gives you a good idea of what kind of character Seiya is supposed to be. This very high up and proper lady. And because in this case she is willingly letting herself remain so defenseless and so relaxed, is a good indication that there is a major shift between how she's presented physically and who she really is. Which would have been a lot stronger if we had this, but I digress. Now, keeping the rest of the rest of the background in mind, we have this nice brightness that's taking over a lot of the blurring here, and we get this large shade of white, which, again, even though it's not too colorful, it gives this idea that the place we're in is someplace very important. White is not like gray. Gray is boring. White is more interesting because it's so bright and so strong that we expect something important from it. With gray, it just kills your mood. And perhaps this is some sort of implicit bias, but because of the journey we went through to get this moment where we see Seiya's live 2D, and the context behind how she's evolved as a character, I think A+ is sufficient. And the armpit too, whatever. Alright. Senna follows a lot of the same rules that Hibiki's does. She's very close to us while the lovely night sky of orange, pink, and purplish, bluish, blurplish colors the distant background. And the atmosphere that we're in is very reminiscent of like a little getaway, right? A little escape. Even if it's not, it still gives off that kind of idea. Now, we don't feel too enclosed because despite the blurred background, we're still in this very detailed van, and again, because of the situation we're in, it gives this idea that we're doing something low key illegal. Not illegal, but like secretive and sneaky with Senna. That you would have to understand her character to appreciate more, but even if you don't, just her blank expression gives you the idea that you're doing something so secretive with someone who normally doesn't really think about that kind of stuff, but is still participating regardless. For reasons like that, I think hers really falls in the same category as Hibiki's, where it's just this lovely atmosphere that you can easily get lost in and appreciate. Also, my implicit bias for this kind of background, but I do think Senna is a very strong contender for the A plus tier. Again, Moe is very close, however, she falls short because there's so little of it, and honestly, the lamp lighting leaves something to be desired. Why is it muted? Oh, sorry, it's a little bugged. All right. Sarika's achieves a very similar atmosphere to Reisa's in that it gives this nice after school little bonding moment. And that's almost what it is here. It's not after school, but because she's in her uniform, it really gives off that idea. In Reisa's case, we got a little bit more of like the twilight kind of sunset. In this case, we get a genuinely orange colored sunset. Like the contrast between the rainy day and the starry night sky, although not really in the same sense, despite how different they are, they achieve similar purposes in their respective ways. So you really get to feel your preferences and see which one works best for you. And regardless of which one you choose, there's no doubt that both of them serve very similar purposes of just being so warm and lovely. And yes, that is why I'm going to give her the A plus tier, because hers is honestly on par with Reisa's, with just how lovely and tender this one feels. And I'm pretty sure this one is not new. Actually, Reisa's didn't look very new either, but both of them are very strong in their own rights. Alright. Serena strikes some kind of balance between a lot of blur down here and enough subtle blur. Look, so this is something that we discussed all the way back in Juries, which was forever ago, even though her name starts with the letter J, which is already almost halfway through the alphabet. So we get this foreground blur because these are in front of the subject matter, yet you don't really get distracted by them because they're blurred away. Serena surrounds herself in all this blurriness and all these flower petals. You can't tell what's around her besides this one tree. You don't know where she is. Is she surrounded in a forest? Is she just on a prairie? Not a prairie. On a plains, or like just on a grass field. You can't really tell. So, unlike other cases where I would say like a character gets suffocated by being trapped in the blur, what Serena does here, what Serena does here is surround herself and create this artificial glowing atmosphere that is actually kind of present in what we saw with Reisa's. Now, I think Reisa's and Serika's does more to give off the vibes of a tender, as I've been saying, like using that word for them. But Serena's is still very lovely to look at, and No problem at all. Now, it actually solves a very similar. It actually solves a very similar purpose as Ichika's, which is one strong color, somewhere near a tree, and just enjoying the atmosphere. So I'm going to put it right next to Ichika. Do I think it's better than Chisei's? Not necessarily, but hers is so similar to Ichika's that I think they belong right next to each other. A long time ago, I cited this as my number one live 2D before I heard of Camp Hare's, before I heard of any others. This used to be, like a year ago, definitively the best live 2D I've ever seen, and it still holds up so strongly. Most of that, I admit, is due to my bias. And as I said before, with Misaki, where you get this little blue hue, well, actually, it would more be like maybe Nagisa's, where it colors her, but it tints her a little bit, but doesn't completely change her. Because you can still tell that her skin tone is colored mostly like it normally is without being too blue, unlike in Misaki's case. Why this live 2D was so strong for me, besides the fact that these shades of blue just work so wonderfully to create this lovely, sparkly night sky atmosphere, is the blur, the angle, Shigure being adorable, all work in tandem to create just the most captivating atmosphere that I could ever imagine. And do I think this beats out by a long shot the likes of Mina or Mine or even the A plus tiers? Not exactly. I don't think it's so revolutionary that it's leagues ahead of the other ones. However, if we're on the topic of color palettes blending beautifully, we can compare her very strongly to Mina's, the grayer, rainy atmosphere one. And again, as I've been saying, gray with a lot of other characters falls flat, but because it works so well with Mina's atmosphere, paired by the fact that it's caused by the rain and not some stupid concrete or drywall, it works perfectly with her. In Shigure's case, we instead get blue, and I think I mentioned that for someone else here. Perhaps it was... I can't tell. Nodoka? Maybe Nodoka, which would be very thematically on point because they're both in Spec Ops. Yeah, I don't... Maybe Nagisa, but as we can see, I can't really discern any other character that fits a similar vibe to her. And again, if we're on the topic of color blending being so powerful, then I have no qualms saying that Shigure is on the level of Mina's Live 2D. It's so powerful. Unlike in Mina's, there's a lot more that you could look at here. They blur it away so that you can still notice it, but it's not in focus so you can focus on Shigure. Because this Christmas tree, whatever it is, you could focus on it. And these buildings, perhaps you could as well, because their color is different from the sky, which is a nice but blurred black. All in all, just perfect. It used to be my favorite live 2D. I wouldn't say it is now because at the time of finishing the last one, it was Camp Hare's. But still, it's still one of my favorites. I pulled for her just because of her live 2D, and I think that is the marking of a strong character, where you're compelled to pull regardless of if they're a good character, but because you want this wallpaper. Shimiko, along with another Trinity student, has possibly been one of the most underdeveloped for sad reasons because honestly, I don't usually consider the intro when I discuss whether a live 2D is worth using. However, this intro is unique in that it's got a little bit of a story to tell. where Shimiko and Sensei find each other on opposite sides of a bookshelf looking for the same book that Sensei had wanted. I know this because I read the Momo talk. Unlike a lot of the other ones where you're presented at the beginning of a scene and the character just smiles and looks cute, in this case, we're finishing up what happened in the story before moving on to the looping scene, which is away from where we first saw her. And that itself is something that they don't really do with anyone else. And I know intros aren't a huge part of the live 2D, but they do really make up a good part, especially because we get to see some different facial expressions that aren't present in the main loop or even the padding animation. In Shimiko's case, we get a really nice library atmosphere. I will say, this background and this blurriness is a little similar to the problems I had with like Sakurako's, where it kind of looks like a prison cell, but the rest of it does give off the vibe of a really nice and calming library. There being nothing but a walkway and bookshelves is a little stuffy, but I can look past that. And Shimiko, she's vibrant enough that she doesn't blend in completely with the library, but her hair color is close enough that she can blend in as well as she needs to. Very effective. Not perfect and not so wonderful that it commands your attention at all times, but perfectly serviceable and a wonderful addition to your wallpaper collection, one could say. As for how far in the collection you might want to consider her, I can't really say. Not super high, I don't think hers is revolutionary, but lovely enough that she's definitely something worth contending for. Somewhere around here, I honestly can't say which ones I prefer more, and that's up to personal preference at this point. I think maybe that little prison-esque thing in the back kind of brings it down, so I'm just going to leave her with the other warm lighting duo and make it a trio, even though she's a little bit above them. Alright. Shiroko's Live 2D presents this strange dynamic of being face-to-face directly, like with Saya's, but this time it's almost eye level. The interesting thing is here that Shiroko's sitting down, so we have a little bit of a high angle, but it's still mostly eye level. Now, I have no major comments about this. You know, we have some very nice color variants, honestly. There's too many to list immediately. And the only main issue I have is that Shiroko is kind of small in frame. And again, Atsuko's background being so blurry was only a major problem because there's so much of it and Atsuko was so small. Here, Shiroko, she's a similar thing. She's not very close to the camera, and while the rest of the background isn't so suffocating that it hurts her, it feels like she's blending in too much with the background instead of, and it's not even blending like what I just said with Shimiko's. It's not blending where, you know, she fits in well. It's just blending where she just gets lost in the rest of the background. I will say the lighting here is kind of nice. It's mellow enough that you can look at this spot and appreciate it without being blinded or anything like that. Shiroko's Live 2D is perfectly serviceable. It doesn't hurt to look at, and it doesn't do anything that hurts it. I will say, though, there are many other Live 2Ds that I much rather prefer, but if I had to compare her, I would say hers kind of reminds me of Junko's, but maybe a little lower. It kind of reminds me of Fuko's, but I think I prefer Shiroko's a little more than Fuko's. I think the color spread has just a little more to be appreciative of. Now, this is, so far we have only been ranking the base character Live 2Ds, and Kuroko being a completely different alternate dimension, I will identify as a base alt. So here we go. besides the intro being one of the most adorable things you could do with this character, this is a very mellow atmosphere that kind of hits home to what we just saw in the window of Shiroko's original live 2D. This very mellow, purplish, maybe lavenderish. And although beyond the mountains is just white light of the bright, perhaps setting sun, or rising sun, probably in this case. Oh, I guess in Ray says it would be sunrise because... Alright, whatever. I might correct that in post, I might forget. Yeah, so the sunrise atmosphere, it's very lovely. The lighting is wonderful here. Again, there's not too much complicated stuff going on. These houses don't really need to be blurred because they blend in and create the background. So you can't really get distracted because, again, Kuroko is very close in the frame here, so there's nothing really to be distracted by. Aside from her, is what I'm saying, because we all know what the core element of this live 2D is. It really feels like the dawn of just a new and more positive life for Kuroko, which is the direct opposite of what I was complaining about when we looked at Sayori's and she was clutching her arm injured. With that being said, it... honestly, it's kind of close to Seiya's, where it matches the elements of Reisa's and Serika's being this nice tenor moment while matching the bright and white allure of Seiya's. So honestly, I think that's reasonable for her. Mm-hmm. Shimiko's is very simple. She holds this cute smile the entire time, which is wonderful. And after this evening lighting, there's not much else. I mean, her outfit is very colorful, so we've solved that problem there. Her chair is a nice little juxtaposition to all the other, perhaps blander stuff, one could say. In the end, I can't say too much about it, however, it does remind me a little bit of Pina's. I mean, obviously, they're in the same group, and I guess their atmosphere is very similar. I will say, I think Shimiko's is presented a little better, possibly because there's no strong blur that I've honed too much on. The lighting is very similar, so I'm really not saying one's better than the other, but they are pretty similar enough that I think putting them right next to each other is fine. Okay. Like Nonomi's, if this is what you're into, this is the live 2D for you. And if this is not what you're into, perhaps it isn't. But I will say, unlike Nonomi's, we do get a little more going on here. First, we have all of these here, right? We have this very lovely floral design with a lot of very beautiful crystally colors, like in her moon piece here. And there is a lot more going on, especially with the lighting, the blurred contrast with the background and the foreground being visible, being sharper. So, unlike Nonomi's, you don't really have to be too into the whole idea of, as one would call it, Super Creek Goo Goo Babies time to enjoy this. While it would help if you were, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt as much if you're not. And that's a little bit of bias from me saying that because if a character is presenting that atmosphere that you need to be into it for it to work, that's just me saying that I'm not really into it, so it doesn't work for me. But the rest of the background is pretty nice enough that I don't have too many complaints about it. Honestly, the color variation in the background is pretty nice, so I am compelled to put it higher up in the A tier. How high? It's hit or miss, so I'll just put it right next to her sister. How about that? Sumere's is like many others here, where she is isolated within the blur, the complete blur of the background. Now, it's pretty weak in a lot of spots, so she doesn't feel too isolated. And having Sumire isolated within treadmills is not terrible. I mean, I don't really care about treadmills. They don't look appealing in a wallpaper, so it's fine if they're blurred and tucked away. And this is again, it's if you like the subject matter, or if you're just gonna fall for the sweating bait, then that's completely fine. Other than that, there's not much else this live 2D has to offer. So it's serviceable as a little bit of a middle tier option, if not anything too substantial. Yeah, it is pretty nice, but it is all the way tucked back there, so you don't really look too much at it, especially because there's a huge sweating student right in front of you. Who else has this really blurry... No, not Ray. Well, a little bit Ray, but her atmosphere is a little different. In this case, I would be tempted to say that hers is a little more reminiscent of, in some way, Michiru's and Mimori's, but maybe in some ways Haruna's. I'll just put it there. Alright, there's a couple of things we have to consider here. We have a spread between this little sunset and this bluer sky back here. So we have a very nice spread. I don't know why there's like a nuke explosion going on back here, but that's fine. It gives us a nice little semblance of light that spreads out and really decorates this sky beautifully. As we have mentioned many times before, when it comes to characters being bathed by the lights they're in, especially if it's gray, rainy-ish, or blue, or purple, in this case more purplish, it creates a really lovely atmosphere where the character blends in a way where they aren't lost in the background. They're still clearly in focus, but they work so well with their background that it's just so calming in a way that you can't really put into words, but you really have to experience it for yourself. And relevant stuff aside, moving on to some more irrelevant topics, Suzumi being neglected for so long and in the recent update is honestly insane. Of course, because she's vigilante, she would really need to have an alt drop in at the same time as Reisa's. If she had an alt drop and Reisa didn't, it wouldn't feel right. Back on topic, she serves a very similar purpose to Shigure's, which is to be basked in this one lovely night color. The only reason why they're in this order is because, honestly, they're in no particular order. I just think Mine is perhaps the weakest of the S tiers, because as beautiful as a live 2D is, she doesn't solve these thematic colorfully, heuristics is not the right word, these hue themes that the other three have that the other three have shown in their live 2Ds. Alright. So, Toki's is a little bit of a warmer, homey atmosphere. Now, to say the least, you could honestly say this is kind of in a similar realm to Senna's, where you have this emotionless student right next to you as you're in an atmosphere that would suggest that it's something like a date. because you're in this house looking, perhaps it's an apartment, I can't say for sure, this house feeling situation where you're just alone. Is that not a date? And with someone who is so unassuming, probably doesn't really think about things like that, it creates this distanced atmosphere that just makes it all the more, uh, you can appreciate all the more. I don't know, appreciable, is that a word? Appreciative, that's the person. You can appreciate it more. There, it's whatever. Grammar is terrible. So yeah, so in a very similar realm to uh, Senna's, it creates this atmosphere where you're not stuck. That's not the word. You're in some sort of like getaway with a student who is more unassuming and doesn't really see things like that. Would I put her in the A+ tier? No. The lighting isn't really all that special. One could argue that it's like Seiya tier lighting, but yes, it's more mellow. No, the reason, because it's more mellow here, it's not really as captivating as Seiya's would be. Still, this is a very strong live 2D, and in my personal opinion, I think it does stand out above even these like blurry tree farming things. Honestly, it is really similar to Hanako's. Hanako's achieves this really bright lighting. What hers does well is that the water is actually animated well, unlike a lot of the other ones. So yeah, I think hers and Hanako's work to very similar purposes. Okay, more sweat bait. First we had Rumi, now we have Sumire, and now we have Tomoe. If that's your thing, that's your thing. Honestly, even if it's not your thing, you can't deny that it's pretty crazy. One thing this does is it does introduce this campfire atmosphere that, I wonder where the fire is, but I digress. I guess it would be too hard to animate. So we have this little bit like this log cabin hideout atmosphere that's not too bland like the treadmill atmosphere or the kitchen environment atmosphere. There's a lot more you can get out of this. It feels more homey, especially because of the lighting and the wood here. So unlike the other two, there's a lot more you can get out of this one, and that's something I can definitely appreciate. Honestly, this gives me similar vibes to Kana's, so I'm gonna put her right there with her. Now, unlike Koyuki's, we get a lot much more detail in the grass here. It's still a little blurry back here, but not as much as Koyuki's is. What I will say is this art style, this shading quality, more like, reminds me a lot of Hasami's, and it's always Hasami's I call back to. Aru's a C tier because of the drywall background. Hasami's a C tier because the art style looks like it came out of 2017. In this case, the shading and the lining here does kind of make it look like it was from that age, and that kind of hurts it a little bit. Besides that, there's not much. This is honestly a lot more reminiscent of Nonomi's, where you either love Nonomi or the L2D does nothing for you. And I think that's very true here. And because they're so similar to Nonomi's, I'm going to put her right next to her, Nonomi. Now, one thing I will say is that Tsubaki has more definition to the background she's in, and she's in a different position. We're in the high angle this time, so the atmosphere is a little different, but yeah. Now, speaking of, let's say, boring backgrounds, we have this alley with very oddly detailed cracked wall paint and rust, or not rust, but you get the gist. I respect that design idea to show that this is not a just some new and spectacular palace, but Then again, that doesn't mean that the live 2D is better to look at. It just means that the design choice was impressive. And those are two different things. You know, the live 2D can be designed very well, but it might be one I don't really want to put on my wallpaper at all. And I mean, Tsukuyo is tucked away in this attic, possibly never to be seen again if she doesn't squeeze her way out. What I will say though, I had the same complaint last time. It doesn't look like she's stuck over here. So therefore, her back is clearly not against this side of the wall, meaning she has more than enough room to squeeze out. I don't know if she's trolling or maybe because the way her leg is angled, it makes her stuck against the wall. But either way, it seems like she has a lot more room than she's letting on. Either way, without Tsukuyo, you're looking down into an alley, a really old alley. That's not fun. Honestly, that's so bland. But it's fine. You know, I've seen worse. I've seen you know, much less satisfactory live 2Ds. Alright. Tsurugi has done a very wonderful job here. I mentioned, I think, in Kokona's that a face-to-face dinner, a face-to-face table sit, is what would make a stronger blur more effective. Here, you're not even at the table, you've just approached it, which makes for an even more unique atmosphere of finding Tsurugi as she's set up this immaculate plan to just have dinner with Sensei, which I think is very sweet. I will say, they really don't like drawing Tsurugi in a typically attractive sense. They really give her these strong eye bags and rough lines to really show that her face is just so different from everyone else. And yes, that is part of her character. Still, I think they could have done a little more, but I'm not too worried about it. If that's their choice, that's their choice. I will say this looks very professional, so I commend that. The lighting is very nice as well. It's like this afternoon bar lighting. I guess in this case it would be fancy restaurant night lighting. But then again, the color is basically the same, so whatever wording you use doesn't really matter. All in all, I don't know, Tsurugi seems to be drawn in a very old art style. I'm actually excited to see if Tsurugi ever gets new alt. I think if they updated Tsurugi's design, she could get a really nice glow up. And the reason why I know that is possible is because if you look at the difference between Asuna and Karin's school uniforms juxtaposed with Akane and Toki's school uniforms, you can tell that there's a huge art style shift. And the easiest way to tell is to look between Nagisa's old sprite and Nagisa's new sprite. That illustrates the design from sharp and more rigid to bouncier and squishier beautifully. In the Tsurugi's case, it's not even sharper, but it is rougher. And in a design sense, she kind of suffers from it, but it's not a terrible thing. Honestly, it reminds me a little bit of Chinatsu and Kaide's, just slaughter between them. Possibly because Chinatsu's also has this similar deep red with, this evening, well, I guess night lighting, this indoor night lighting. Funny that Chinatsu's just so far away. Chinatsu's in Gehenna, but she often feels like a Trinity student. Akko, no, she's a Gehenna student for sure. Uis is something you grow to appreciate as you look at it more. And this is my personal experience. That's why I'm making that statement. There's a lot of things you can note. So, paying homage to Kotama's and, in some aspects, Makoto's, there's a one dominant source of light above her that is shining down and helping her do her restoration work. Aside from that, you get this little candle, which has the orange-ish light I was vying for in Sakurako's. Aside from that, you are left with this less detailed, more blurry bookshelf, while you get this more detailed one behind her with all these books. It's a very comfortable, cozy atmosphere that's very reminiscent of like this combination of the good parts of Shimiko's and the good parts of Kotama's. Shimiko being here and Kotama being right there. Now, in that respect, that would suggest that Ui is at least beyond them, assuming that the sum of the parts is, or the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And I think in Ui's case, that is true. Ui's definitely does feel cozier, especially when you look at the background of the old library, a library during the visual novel sequence. It looks too large. Here it looks more enclosed and something you can definitely be relaxed in. If there was like a bean bag or a, like a pile blanket somewhere, or like steal Ui's, but that'd be a little mean. I actually think hers might stand out a little beyond because there's nothing to complain about. In Shimiko's, I complained about the back, and in Kotama, I kind of did the same. In this case, she kind of has a similar vibe to these. I would argue you could make an argument for her being more exciting than these, and honestly, just to give this side of the L2Ds more love, I'm going to put her right next to Minori's. In ranking live 2Ds, I do my best to try to stay as objective as possible in not factoring my opinion of the character or the character design in the overall quality of the live 2D. In this case, there's no helping it. Umika, when she smiles like this, is possibly the most adorable student in Blue Archive, and I could scroll through all of these students that I've ranked thus far, including the 10 or 7 that I have left to rank for the base. There is no one that comes close, and I am willing to die on this hill. They're not even Momiji, because to be frank, Momiji's bear paws are a little out of place. There is no one that comes close to how adorable Umika is here. And that's a little bit too strong of a bias because as we let the L2D play, she does revert into this, which arguably is no less adorable. I will say this tops the charts. But her resting expression, her resting smile is no less adorable. And again, let's take a look at the 4 S tiers we have so far. Let's take a look at the top 3 S tiers. This one had a more dominant gray little light. This one had a dominant blue, blackish, like night light. This one had a purplish sunset light. This one has a indoor lamplight, but you can call it evening light. And the advantage of that is that it basks her in that lovely atmosphere, and like all the other 3 before her, is so undeniably amazing and just hard to stop looking at. Every time I tap back, I immediately teleport to looking at Umika because nothing else matters. I don't care about this antique TV or these masks or whatever these are, these jellyfish things. I am only interested in just staring at Umika's face for the 1 minute and 3 seconds that this video allows me to look at her for. So that being said, I did mention earlier that I put the S tiers in a relatively random order. However, Umika tops all of them because I am unashamed about my bias towards how adorable Umika is. Whoever her artist is a genius. Whoever designed this L2D, absolute genius. Alright. Utaha's sprite design suffers like Nagisa's old one did, where it's really rough and tall and thin and really needs a rework. I don't think they ever will rework it, but it would be nice. Now, Utaha's Live 2D doesn't really suffer too much. It is a little more modern than her original design. And there's not too much I can complain about. the background is simple enough, even though it is a little gray, it's a little white here, and it's a little more on the modern millennium side that I can almost overlook it, but mostly Utaha's color scheme and the purple hue on the thunder gun here does make up enough for it that I'm not really worried about this background. And the toolbox like is kind of there, you know, it's kind of cool. I don't like this shade of red, but it's out of the way, so it's not really a big deal. I'm mostly looking at Utaha and the thunder gun taking up the screen here, and it's a very nice and cool, a little cozy, not too much, but it's a very calming atmosphere that you can kind of get lost in. Now, again, it's not wonderful. I've seen much better, but it's sufficient enough that possibly around this level. Wakamo's Live 2D requires you to realize what kind of character she is and how this specific atmosphere transforms our usual notion of what she's like and how she is towards Sensei. Now, to put it bluntly, she's normally crazy and possibly a crackhead. Here, she's just trying to be the adorable student that she totally is. Even if she has just committed some sort of arson, that's something we can overlook because the fire creates this nice evening light background, even though it seems to be dead night. Just judging by how much the fire is lighting the sky, you can assume that, yeah, you can even see here that it's pretty much dark out. And one thing this Live 2D does well is that the fire is constantly burning around her, so you do get some motion that you can enjoy looking at if you set this in your wallpaper. But like I said again, if you don't know beforehand that Wakamo doesn't always pull out this kind of face, especially because she's masked a lot of the time, your enjoyment is actually dampened if you don't know that. And that doesn't hurt the Live 2D if someone doesn't know that, because she looks adorable regardless of if this is her regular expression. I will say though, having known that context, I do think this Live 2D is one of the more fascinating ones. Just to observe, just to look at. Now, it does a lot of what Tomoe's does, but in a better way, especially because it's more animated, and just Wakamo is just a lot more adorable here, so there's that too. Just because of, look, Seiya and Ryo found themselves in the A plus tier because the context in which their characters are shown in their characters, their changed characters are shown in their L2D, really influences one's enjoyment. And in Wakamo's case, I think it's very similar. And because a lot of people are obsessed with Wakamo, one way or another, you're going to know about how crazy she is, and so this Live 2D will be enhanced for you, like tenfold. That's top of A tier. Just short of A plus tier. Speaking of short, no, I'm sorry. In the same vein, you can come to appreciate Yoshimi's Live 2D more if you know about her arc in reference to Sensei and what she wants to become. I will say, though, that the atmosphere is boring and it does not compliment her at all, though I will say she is taking up enough of the screen that you can almost look past the fact that this looks like the floor of a public shower space, like a hospital room without these yellow lines. And those two are already bad enough, so anything else I come up with is just going to make it worse. I mean, Yoshimi looks adorable here, so there's no denying the fact that this is nice to look at. If not Subway, that's where they are, but there's a lot of other things it could be that are just not pleasant to look at. And with that being said, just because of that, it barely falls just flat. Yoshimi is doing the best she can, and yet just being here just makes the live 2D not as enjoyable to set as a wallpaper. Alright. So Yukari's live 2D is definitely helped by the Sakura Blossom, whatever it is, who cares, atmosphere that is going on. I will say, besides that, if not for the light being a little pinker thanks to that, there wouldn't be much else to say. I do appreciate this little foreground blur that is reminiscent of Serena's or Jury's. Now, apart from that, Yukari is a little smaller in frame, like you could say for Shiroko's, possibly. One thing that does help it is that it's a high angle, so it could be like someone farther back trying to take a good picture of Yukari in a sailor uniform. And if nothing else, well, I ran out of things to say, so it's fine. It's not hard to look at, but I think Yukari should be a little larger in frame, or else it threatens to fall flat for the same reason Shiroko did, where it's just not enough of her. And again, with something like Midori's, where Midori wasn't too small in frame, but she didn't take up enough space for her to be the subject focus, where I'm concerned. Still, I think Yukari's is fine, and if I had to compare to someone's, I would say it's reminiscent of, maybe Hifumi's. I think Hifumi's is a little better. Oh, she's right next to Nagisa. How wonderful. Something definitely needs to be said about how iconic this live 2D is. Being everyone's first free live 2D, there's this sense of shared, not nostalgia, but there's this shared sense of reveling in this scenario where Yuka chastises you for spending too much money on figures and gacha games. How realistic. Well, not the Yuka scolding you part, that doesn't happen in real life, but wasting your money on, Anyway. There's a lot to say, at least about the art style of Yuka here. I mean, her unbothered expression, right? It really creates this interesting mood of just, and again, I noted this before. When we think of being on the other side of characters at a table, it's usually like a straight eye level shot. Like you could say for, who was it? Atsuko wasn't on the other side of the table, but that kind of angle. Can I? Who am I thinking of? At a glance, I can't remember who exactly I'm trying to imagine. But yeah. Oh, Nagisa. So in Nagisa's case, your camera is literally on the other side of the table, so you get this like one-on-one sort of view. In Yuka's case, you're much closer to her, and you're the camera's in the middle of the table, so you're not directly in front of her, and there's a little bit of skew too. You're not directly like on the other side. You're like poking in, so that not only is she larger in frame, but it's more of the sense of like watching Yuka work instead of doing work with Yuka simultaneously. So it's almost like Yuka pampering you in a sense, if you really want to go out there. The blur here is nice enough because you get so much of what's happening immediately in front of the camera, including Yuka herself, that the background blur is perfectly serviceable. I mean, we're more focused on all of this too, so. And just how... First of all, the art style of Yuka's face is fantastic. It's very new. It's very up to date, and it works very well with the current state of Live 2Ds. Another thing I will add is that I think there's something to appreciate about this being the first Live 2D, and it being, you know, it being everyone's first Live 2D. This can't not be your first Live 2D. Everyone has seen this if they've played Blue Archive, and it's this nice sense of just this alone time with Yuka, Haiki Super. For those sentimental reasons alone, I'm going to nudge her to the bottom of the A+ tier. I don't think anything about the Live 2D itself is reminiscent of a top tier wallpaper, but just the nostalgia, the sentimental factor, and the fact that it just looks nice to have Yuka so close to the frame. I think barely being A+ tier is not too hard of an ask. Alright. Yuzu's is an example of when you want her to kind of be surrounded by blur. I guess in a similar sense you could make that claim for maybe Reisa's or Serika's, something like that. Because she's directly presenting something that commands this situation to be personal, one-on-one, with everything in the background to be muted and out of the way. And because of that, the blur here is completely justified. And I like how they, it might be the upscaling. No, this is not the 4K version. So I'm actually not sure. I guess they left these unblurred, which is a good choice because it's not dripping all the way down here, so it's not really taking up too much of the screen. And so just this nice one-on-one makes for this very adorable scenario. If you would, like this tender after-school moment with Serika and Reisa. Where this falls a little short is that the sun, it's just the sun. The bright sun somewhere in the corner shining through is necessary for these types of top tier L2Ds, and it's missing from this. Still, it is very good. It does what it needs to do very well, and while it is not an absolute, also the lights over here, while it's not an absolute top tier Live 2D, it's fine. It does what it needs to do, and for anyone who likes Yuzu or Foreheads, this is perfect. Oh, and that was the last of the base Live 2Ds, and so far we've got a pretty respectable spread. We've got all the older ones and just the blander ones down here. As we move up, we get to the nice, cooler, more visually impressive and just more heartfelt Live 2Ds up here. Now it's time to move on to the alts. Next time. Because I am not starting right now. I cannot. I'm tired. What about the story behind the scenes? So as I mentioned multiple times, right? I feel like the Live 2D is most effective. No, that's not the right way to say it. The Live 2D should at least stand on its own regardless of the scenario behind. I made a couple of exceptions. In Reisa and Serika's case, I claimed that the atmosphere that their Live 2Ds gave off is reminiscent of a tender after-school moment that commands a nice sentimental feeling that makes theirs so wonderful. Kuroko's is kind of in a similar vein, although not as strong. In a little bit of a different sense, Ryo's and Seiya's are up here because the way their characters, which are so mysteriously cryptic back then in their first appearances, the way they transform to become core parts of the event stories they show up in, and as characters with such strong personalities that make you stick to them and make you root for them. The fact that those new changes are present in their Live 2Ds, Ryo's especially, Seiya's in a little bit of a weaker sense, is why those Live 2Ds come up here as well. Yuka's is mostly because everyone has seen hers if they've played the game, and so there's a bit of a sentimental feeling when you revisit Yuka's and remember the first time you log in and see this on your home screen. Apart from that, as we move down, it's either the lighting is nice, the shading is nice, there's a nice rainy or night sky feeling. As we move down here, the background is probably just too lackluster for me to say anything positive besides the character. And the alts are going to be an experience, but for now, I am leaving this here because that was a nearly a 4-hour recording, and any more of that and my voice is going to break, and I'm going to die. What did I call the first one? I called it Final L2D Tier List Raw. Okay. I think the next time we should be able to do, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3, 6, 15, 18, 19. So we have 107 to go. Yep. We went through, in this stream, we went from Kurara's, which was 52. So we explored 72. We still have 100 and something to go. So either the next stream is going to be 5 hours, 5.5 hours, or I'm going to break it up into 2 parts. It's like looking more like I might have to split that into 2 parts, or else my voice is going to break and I'm going to die. With that being said, do I want to do another stream, like a silent stream after this? I might consider doing like... I might consider something like maybe an editing stream. I have to trim the Joshua Sensei video for the Kudaka channel. I would like to start the next edit for Uma Musume, but there's just formatting and compiling all the scenes takes so long that I probably can't get it done in a couple hours, and I haven't come up with what I want to do for it yet, so I might pull that off for later. But trimming the 1-hour video is also going to be a lot of work that I don't want to do. I'll have to do it eventually, so I might as well do it now. I don't want to play Uma Musume on stream. I might play it before I go to sleep, but I don't really feel like doing it on stream. So I'll probably do an editing stream after this. Let me actually just set that up. So for anyone that's interested in the editing stream, feel free to stay. Other than that, you are free to leave because this live 2D ranking session is over. Next time, stay tuned. We will continue with the alts. Hopefully get it done in up to 2 sessions. It's probably going to take 2. Alright, let me just set this. And that stream, the editing stream, is going to be silent because I don't really want to talk past 12 a.m. I'm going to set now this live stream to immediately go to that live stream. So if you stick around to this one, it will immediately send you to the other one when this one ends. So if you want to go to that live stream, just stay. And if you want to go do something else, you are perfectly free to do that because I can't stop you. All right, let me just pull the end screen just to make it official. And I will see you all in a couple minutes because I have to go get water and do my nightly routine and stuff.